Morning. It being 10 o'clock, I will call the Finance Committee meeting to order. The purpose of today's 10 o'clock meeting is a review of House Bill 1583, a non-germane amendment. Because it was changing the law slightly from the original bill, we are required to have a public hearing. This will be a time for us to listen to the public. Then later on, we will discuss among ourselves any new information that came forward in this public hearing. I have many pink cards here. Some of you have been nice enough to put down 3 minutes, and I hope you can stay to that. Some of you have not marked on your card whether you support the bill or how much time you want to take. So if there have been comments made by a previous speaker that are pretty much the same as what you would like to say, sometimes the committee gets a little tired of the repetition. So if there's something that's the same as has been previously stated, please mention that and shorten your remarks so that we can fit everybody in the 1 hour, because we'll have another one after that. I would now like to hear from the sponsor of the non-germane amendment to House Bill 1583, Representative Emmerich, Chairman of Division 2 on the House Finance Committee. Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start by saying the House Bill 1583, as passed in the House, remains largely the same. All of the special allocations and grants are still in the bill. The only thing that is being changed is adequacy. Now, what this amendment does is it redefines adequacy as the $7,356.01 that was recommended by the judge in the Conval education case. This amendment has 3 parts. Part 1 is the actual adequacy statement and how this is going to be handled. What happens is the districts contribute a little over $2 billion to education, and the state contributes about $1 billion. So what we're going to do is recharacterize some of the $2.2 billion that the districts contribute to call it swept. So the swept will go up by about $400 million. And that will give us the higher adequacy value. Part 2 of the amendment has to do with setting appropriation controls so that if the district sees some headroom because of the dollars that have been allocated for SWEP, they cannot raise their total budget higher than what was appropriated at their town meeting, because that's already set. So they can not go up any higher than it has already been appropriated. Part 2 also has a 3-year ceiling on spending. Currently, it has to allows increases by the consumer price index or by a 2/3 vote of the district's legislature. Part 3 of the bill is excess swept, which is part of a RAND decision and also part of the Conval decision, that the excess swept in communities like mine in Hampton cannot be maintained by the district, but must be forwarded to the state for the educational trust fund. So that's the 30,000-foot view. I'll be glad to answer any questions if the committee has any.
Questions from committee members? Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Emmerich. And I'm open to the amount of money that you all looked at and considered. I tend to want to support your initiative. I just would like to know, was there any testimony in committee that voiced concern about the judicial branch assuming the prerogatives of the legislature? I think when we set up our form of government, it was expected that each branch would jealously guard its privileges under the Constitution. And in this case, it feels like a judge does not know their boundaries, and they've gone into the spending mode which is purely a legislative function. So was there any testimony that suggested that we're setting a bad precedent by just simply following the judge's level of funding, recommended level of funding?
Well, I think the operative word there's recommended. He didn't make it a part of the findings, but it was a recommendation that he had calculated. So when I put the amendment together, I just took his number as a recommendation.
Okay, follow up. So then, in your way of thinking, then, have we maintained our legislative independence from the judiciary?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Stringham and then Representative Wallner.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony and thanks for taking my question. To come up with the additional funds needed to raise the adequacy level, your bill proposes statewide property tax increase. Did you consider any other sources of funding to make up the difference?
No.
Is a follow-up?
It has to come
Follow-up.
from property.
Could you explain why it has to come from property tax? Is that by statute
Yes.
or? Thank you.
Representative Wallner, followed by Representative Heath.
So when I was looking at the bill and then I was looking at the materials provided by the legislative budget assistant, it seemed that this proposal actually is about $100 million short of funding what we need for giving to the community, funding our schools. Can you explain to me where that $100 million would come from?
Certainly. Currently, the excess SWEP in the state is approximately $29 million. Once we move the adequacy up to over $7,000, the excess SWEP will be about $90 million, which takes the lion's share of that $100 million increase.
Thank you.
Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. I continue to be confused by the mathematics of all this. So from what I understand, the DRA will set the amount of money that a school district can spend on public education. Then they will generate the amount of swept taxes that have to be raised. For some reason, as much as you've tried to explain it to me, I simply cannot understand how we are going to use money that a school district's already using and then raise sufficient funds for swept without having to raise local property taxes. Can you please enlighten me?
Well, first, I won't get into the DRA portion because I'll just try to explain where the money is going to come from. Currently, if a community has $1.50 for their local education, what this says is that 20 cents of that will now be recharacterized as swept. So your tax bill, instead of saying $1.50, will say $1.30 per thousand. The 20 cents will go into the SWEP calculation. So if the SWEP was $1, it's now $1.20. The net effect to the taxpayer is no increase. All it is redefining local taxes as swept.
Good evening. Further question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll be using, I'm from Manchester, so Manchester will be using money it's currently spending and then raising the necessary amount locally for the amount of money we have to raise without any fiscal impact at all on our tax base.
Correct. I will put a caveat in there. If you are a excess swept district yes, you will see, could see an increase in your local taxes because the swept has to come back to the state. But in Manchester, that's not the case.
All right, thank you.
Representative Telersky for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Can you just clarify, when you were talking about part 2, about municipalities won't be able to, there'll be a ceiling on spending. It sounds to me like that you're taking away local control from each town's ability to determine their spending.
No, it actually talks about appropriation. It's saying you can't increase your appropriation beyond what is already voted on. And over the next 3 years, it's tied to the consumer price index for increases. Or the legislative body by 2/3 vote can increase the appropriation.
Follow up?
You have
So
that puzzled look.
it is a puzzled look. So this is not limiting a town's ability to adjust
No,
their spending over the course of 3 years.
no. Their legislative body can increase it with a 2/3 vote.
By a 2/3 vote, which
Right.
is, which, one last comment before a 2/3 vote, which has proven to be extremely challenging in many towns.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Right. I think we already heard from Representative Stringham, so we'll go next to Representative Murray and then Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This involves public schools. Can you tell me what the financial impact would be if you include your charter schools and the EFA programs? Because that's a whole nother bushel of students, isn't it? That's not included in this, is it?
There will be, the EFA will be affected because the new adequacy is the 77,356. So if that's the new adequacy and that's what they're allocated in the EFA program, yes, but that's not an increase. Those dollars are already budgeted. Well, you want me to do the second part or you?
Follow up?
My understanding was that these numbers were based just on public school students, though, not the EFA students or the charter schools.
That was initially true, but I think the numbers you have today, I haven't seen these yet, so I believe these take into account. The EFAs are a wash. That's just a redefinition of where the money's going. That's not an increase. Charter schools, however, is adequacy plus dollars. So this would increase charter school adequacy or payments to I don't remember what the plus is, but it would be somewhere around $10,000.
Members, we have 11 people that want to have input on this public hearing. We as committee members will have a chance to discuss it further. So I would hope that we could give preference to the public and not have so many questions.
And we're having a work session on this tomorrow at 10.
Yes, so that's for us to speak. Representative Heath, Representative Murray, are you finished?
Sure, thank you.
Representative Hacken Phillips for a question.
I'll defer to tomorrow, Mr. Chair, given your statement.
Thank you for that. All right, can we go now to the public hearing? And first, I'd like to call on Representative Cordelli, Vice Chair of the Committee on Education.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. And I have concerns with the amendment in several regards. We are in a cooperative school district with 6 towns. 2 of my towns have excess swept currently, totaling about $2.8 million between the 2 towns. With the proposed amendment, the excess swept amount for those 2 towns will go up to almost $9 million. It is also my understanding that the excess swept return to the state will actually impact all towns beginning in February. And I might mention the number of excess swept towns increases from, or pretty much doubles. But in my understanding is in February, the excess swept towns will be required to send 30% of that excess to the state, with 70% then coming later in the year in the fall. Question is, with budgets in place, where are we going to find that excess money to send to the state? I think that'll be a huge problem for these 50 some odd communities. I don't know what the impact is going to be, if it's going to be a special meeting to adjust the budget, or I'm not sure what the process will be to do that. So it's a great concern to many of our towns. Thank you.
Some of us have some data before us from the legislative budget assistant. It appears that prior to this amendment, there were 49 donor towns, and this brings it up to 53. All of them have an increase, but I don't think we double the number of donor towns. And this was the decision of the court, and this is the way we try to deal with it. If there's some other way, we're open to entertainment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for Representative Cordelli? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Representative Reish Colcomb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, it's Rashay Colcomb. I represent Hillsborough, District 30, which is Hillsborough, Windsor, Antrim, and Bennington. Appreciate your time this morning. Where Representative Emmerich gave you a 30,000-foot view, I would like to bring you into the weeds, if I may, of what's been going on at Hillsborough Deering Cooperative. Hillsborough Deering was part of the lawsuit with Conval. So we have some skin in the game on that. However, I've been studying and scrutinizing the finances of the Hillsborough School Board for the last 4 years in great depth, and mostly because we've been carrying a surplus that averages $1.6 million per year, and that's before our trust funds. After trust funds, our surplus average is $1.4 million. And for Hillsborough Deering to be at the court saying that the state isn't giving them enough money, and to be gathering $1.4 million in surplus money that they then choose, this is also $1.4 million after they have their end of year shopping spree, which I would like to share some of those details with you as well. You know, I'm a bit bothered by the fact that they're in front of the court saying that they don't get enough money to fund their school, when I'm seeing how we're handling the money that is coming through our school, in addition to the surpluses. So most recently, I'd like to share our most recent issue. We had received ESSER funds. For those who may not be familiar with ESSER funds, that's the COVID money that came through the federal government, the ARPA money. And one of the projects that we had listed to do under the ESSER funds was a greenhouse project. This was to increase our outdoor learning space. Would have been a great grant project. What ended up happening is the DOE discouraged the school from using the ESSER funds due to the timing of the construction project, because it expires in September. So the school board proceeded to transfer $106,000 from our surplus, which was from an English language arts teacher, salary position, and all their benefits. They've transferred that into repairs and maintenance to build this greenhouse. They did it also on a very sly move. They didn't make this public to the body, and they did it after the deliberative session that they made this announcement. First of all, a greenhouse system is an asset. It's a building structure. It's going to have a footing. It should not be in repairs and maintenance. Now it's part of repairs and maintenance. It's going to become part of our default budget, as well as it's using our tax dollars to go to a greenhouse. This is not a requirement of adequate education. So we had presented to them some options to use other grant money and, for example, a rain catchment system instead of digging a well because they couldn't give us a fixed number on the well. They decided that because these plants were going to be growing fruits and vegetables that the kids were going to be eating, that it required potable water. Therefore, they needed to attach to the town water, which now is increasing our ongoing expenses for this greenhouse. They're also going to put in a heater and some fans, which will require additional electricity for this to be going on. Meanwhile, we have a list of $9.2 million of priority maintenance items that need to be done, one being our high school needs a boiler, and the estimate on that was $700,000. They didn't option to go replace the boiler with our surplus money or with this excess salary money. Instead, they're putting in the greenhouse. So I have concerns about how that all comes into our default budget and everything else, and how they've been able to get away with putting it through a repairs and maintenance line and not a capital line, but I'm working on that still. I further want to point out that our school boards, at least some, I don't know how many, but in Hillsborough Deering, we have shown that we are not very prudent with our contract negotiations. We had a snow plowing and landscaping contract with a vendor for 6 years. And that vendor last year decided to put an $18,000 increase on his contract, which was a 15.3% increase. There was an RFP for this contract. There was no competitive bids received. The school only gave 40 hours notice to those that they notified that there was an RFP for them to come to a mandatory meeting. None of them could reschedule their landscaping deals. They couldn't make it. They awarded this contract with a 15.3% increase. And this contractor is now getting a guaranteed $14,000 a month for 6 months to snowplow. We had a few, maybe a handful, maybe 5 snowplowing events, but he received $84,000 of our tax money to do our snowplowing this winter. Again, I was in front of them saying, please put this back out to bid. Please do not grant this contract in this fashion. They ignored it. They proceeded on and issued the contract. Back in 2022, we paid off the bond of our middle school, $753,000. We requested that this bond payment be returned back to the taxpayers, the one that no longer needs to be made. They instead absorbed that into the budget. So even though we paid off the middle school bond, $753,000, we didn't get to see that back in our tax dollars. Our bus contract has also increased. I have an issue with the fact that busing seems to have a monopoly. We don't have any competition. First Student is our busing contractor. Going back to the surplus so that I'm not
Can
taking...
you relate this to the amendment?
Can I relate this to the amendment? The
Yeah.
amendment being, yes. So I have an issue with the fact that we are putting an amendment through based on a judge's opinion of a dollar amount that he feels is adequate education. I do not feel that what our schools are giving to the state as far as the money that they need in their budget is really responsible, and I don't feel it ties into this dollar amount. I feel that the schools are giving the state, at least my school, and I have heard from others, although I do not have actual facts, but I've heard from others that they are inflating their spending and their budgets, and the money that's being reported to the state is more than really what they need for an adequate education. And that's why I was getting into the weeds of this, because I'm showing that in Hillsborough Deering's case, we are spending money that we don't need to spend for an adequate education. These are not costs that are going to improve our education system in Hillsborough Deering. So we had a surplus in 2021, we had a surplus of $2 million. Of that surplus, the school went on a shopping spree. They put in a baseball irrigation system. They put in elementary school lockers. They put in stage curtains. They bought 128 new Chromebooks, even though we had over enough Chromebooks to cover our students and staff. So we have 1,233 students and staff, and we now have nearly 1,500 Chromebooks, if not more, that we're not aware of. So they continue to spend. Most recently, what I found out is we have a new fund called a donation fund, Fund 25. Interestingly enough, this fund has never been reported to the DOE and has never been reported to the DRA. The fund has almost $200,000 in it, and last year saw transactions of hundreds of thousands of dollars pass through this. They took our funds from our general fund, interfund transfers, and put it into Fund 25, and they left $171,000 in this of our tax money. They did not report that back to the DRA. When I brought,
Thank you. I think you've made the point, and it's a very valid one, that the spending we've been seeing increase year over year is somewhat extravagant. So I think that point has been made. Thank you.
thank you. I'll just close that. I left you a packet of what our finances look like, what our school numbers look like, and everything else. Thank you for your time. And
Thank you very much. I'll next call on Representative Horrigan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham, which in turn is one of the 3 towns in the Oyster River Cooperative School District. And I know, yes, we do have a program at the Mehariment School to grow some of the fruits and vegetables. So I assume the water supply that goes at is potable. But there's some things I like. I was not a sponsor of the original 1583, but I would have liked to have been. My name didn't end up on the masthead because we were shuffling around, and I did end up supporting being a co-sponsor of a companion bill about the special education grants, and they both raised it significantly. And I think I'm not saying I'm not saying everything. I'm not saying there isn't some wasteful spending in public education, but I think in general, it's not a bad thing to be spending more in public education. We shouldn't be wasting money, but we should be providing, our children with the best schools we can afford, not the cheapest schools we can get away with. But that's sort of a philosophical thing. I like what Representative Emmerich described as the first part of his amendment, which is raising the adequacy aid. The original bill, I think, was $10,000. Both those address the concerns that Judge Ruoff had in the Conval case, and there's been other ones. And we tend to blame the judges, but the problem is the state legislature. We pass laws, and we have a constitutional provision too about education, but we haven't been, backing it up with actual dollars in our biennial budgets. And sense that's really our problem, not the judges. I'm in the Judiciary Committee. Actually, our chairman had an interesting idea, which he proposed a constitutional amendment to simply cut the courts out of jurisdiction over education funding, which was an ingenious idea. Not really a good idea, but an ingenious idea. But that's, I think, a better way to do is actually address the concern that Judge Ruoff and previous judges have expressed over the decades and actually adequately fund education. And this amendment does a few good things, probably raising the statewide property tax. Not that any of us like to raise taxes, and I know there's some of us in this body for whom raising any tax for any purpose is a non-starter. But even if you're on more the progressive side of the spectrum like me, that's not something I like to do, but it may be necessary. And I don't live in a so-called donor town, so maybe I have a different perspective on it, but I think it probably is appropriate for some towns that have high property values to, in fact, end up being donor towns. So it's kind of didn't really make much sense. If we have a statewide property tax, it should actually be a statewide property tax. So certainly that means some towns will be paying more statewide property tax than they're using for the schools. And that's, not crazy. I understand why they don't like it, but that's it's probably sensible. It's probably like it's probably something that has to be tolerated in some cases. Something I'm very suspicious about is a 2/3 supermajority for raising, which I think applies to the overall appropriation for the school district, not just the adequacy aid, which is basically on a per capita basis, but the whole school district, which school budgets don't. There's a lot of overhead in school budgets. A lot of things that don't go up or down based on how many or how few students you have. So that's I think that's a bad idea. I think it should just be a simple majority like it is now, and that will certainly create a lot of downward pressure on school spending. And not that, as I said before, not that I hate wasteful spending, but I think it's probably better to err on the side of spending, being more generous with our schools rather than stingy with our schools. And also, this does address charter schools. I guess it gives them more money, which is probably good. It doesn't really do anything about the uncontrolled growth of the EFA accounts. So if you want to put some guardrails in the bill like that, may be easy for me to vote for it. Obviously, one thing is I'm not on the finance committee, so unless they bring me in as a sub, I don't have to vote on anything until it makes it to the floor. So that probably makes my life a little bit easier. I certainly don't envy you the task you have ahead of you. So I think we should just go back to the original bill as introduced, raise the adequacy aid, and a lot of this stuff, and some of which I'm suspicious of too. The stuff was added earlier in the process. Like there's a whole section about how they prorate the adequate aid. It's a very complicated procedure that I don't really understand. Of course, I only have a master's in business administration from the University of Southern California, so probably I'm not as much of an expert as some other people on the committee are. But
Do you have written testimony?
no, unfortunately, no, I don't. But I would say
'Cause-
thanks.
And
That's basically what I wanted to say. I'm just very.
all right, to all present, if you have testimony and you have it written, it will ensure that it gets accurately in the record.
Thank you. I also wanted to wait until I heard Reverend Emmerich's explanation of it before I wrote something up anyway, because I just,
All right,
this is
thank
very complicated. And one of the problems I think
Many more
we have if we
inputs
don't
to
understand.
come. Thank
Thanks.
you very much. I'd next like to call on the Honorable Doug Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I should introduce myself. I'm Doug Hall from Chichester, and I had been on this committee 5 years ago now, I think, and for a couple of terms chaired the division that included the school funding problem, and this was before the Conval and Claremont, both cases. I'm here to testify about this proposed amendment. And I do have written testimony, which I will pass up to you. I'm concerned about the proposed amendment because while it solves two problems, it introduces yet another problem. The proposal will make the statewide education property tax meet constitutional requirements. That's a big plus. It will also provide an increase in the base cost for state support of each student to the absolute minimum level required by the recent Superior Court ruling in the Conval case. That's also a big plus. I can certainly support those aspects of this bill, and I applaud Representative Emmerich for tackling those issues head on. I haven't often seen those issues tackled head on. Unfortunately, the proposal also includes a cap on future increases in the spending of all school districts. I know that some people will object to this on the philosophical basis that this removes a major aspect of local control of schools. But my objection is different. The goal that I hope we all share is that all students have an opportunity for education that does not vary by zip codes. This proposal will lock in the great disparities that currently exist. Districts with large class sizes will not be able to reduce them to levels already available in other districts. Every expensive special education student who moves into a small town will necessarily result in a reduction of funds available for the education of all the other students. This just happened in my town of Chichester. In fact, Chichester special education costs now exceed all state aid. So there is no state aid available for any of the other students. If a district needs a new building or renovation of an aging structure, the cap will be a problem because there will not be the possibility of adding into the budget for the subsequent years the bond payments, interest and principal. And so that will lock districts which are already starting to plan for building changes. Some of our buildings are 80 years and more old. So if you remove the cap or find some way to deal with that, then I can support this amendment because the other two parts are wonderful. But given the amendment the way it's written right now, as it stands, unfortunately, I urge you to vote against it. If you can find a way to change it, to remove the problems I've cited, that would be wonderful.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Popovici Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hall, for your past service and for being here to testify about this. I'm just trying to understand, you said, a cap that cannot be removed, cannot be overcome. You are aware that there is a, possibility to vote with a 2/3 majority. I would appreciate if you'd address why that is not a sufficient relief mechanisms for your concerns.
I certainly recognize the 2/3 that's in there. And I must say that a 2/3 majority is hard to get for anything in any school district meeting or any town meeting. So in some ways, while it's written in there, I do not foresee it being used very often, if at all.
Further question?
Thank you. Just as a quick follow-up, we already have a 60% requirement for, school renovations and such. And coming from Windham, we were in exactly that same situation where construction projects proposed by the school board failed by 33 to 67 margins 2 years in a row. It is my experience that when the school board did those proposals the right way, we got 57% the next time we tried and 63 the next time, and we passed it. I would submit to you that if you can get 60% after getting 33, that 66 may be achievable if things are done the right way, which to me is the point of this amendment, that you have to actually make a clear case to, the town voters that those increases are needed. This is already a large increase in school funding from the state side. It's important to put some guardrails in there to ensure that we don't see huge spikes in, property taxes. Thank you.
And my colleague reminds me that for a bond to pass takes 2/3. If the school district wishes to bond something, it takes 2/3.
The bonding requirement, Mr. Chairman, and Representative, is important, and the supermajority required for that, I fully support for bonding, because it's the one way in which a school district commits future school district votes that can't be reversed. So for that reason, I support it for bonding, but I would not support 2/3 for any increase in the budget.
Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, the calculation says less facilities acquisition and construction. So that is outside of this calculation.
The facility acquisition and construction is the capital cost being paid out. But what happens is after the construction is completed, the bonding interest and principal is an expense, and that's not excluded as I understand it.
Well, that's the intent. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Thank you. Good to see you, Doug.
Thank you.
I'll next call on Mark DeSoto, Education Coalition Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Mark Dakota, and I currently chair the Education Coalition Communities 2.0, which is a group of 26 towns and cities that have come together to ensure that any future funding solution for state aid to education does not unfairly pit one municipality against another municipality by mandating that property tax money raised in one town be sent to another town for use in the receiving community. On behalf of the 26 member municipalities, I appear before you today to oppose Amendment 1005H to House Bill 1583. This amendment only exacerbates an unfair funding scheme that this legislature repealed in 2011 and only last month voted to table in a bill, HB 1686, that had the same flaws. This mechanism requires towns to tax their citizens regardless of their ability to pay and give that money to another town with no accountability on how that money is spent. That basic concept is fundamentally wrong and at odds with how cities and towns in New Hampshire have governed themselves for centuries. Every dollar our member communities now raise through SWEP is spent on education in our school districts. These are not excess dollars within our towns and cities. Under this amendment, funding of an additional $88.4 million for education will have to be raised by selected cities and towns. In the town I work for, we currently raise $716,600 through the SWEP portion of the tax rate. All of that money is currently used for educational purposes, and we also spend additional funds for education through the local education portion of the tax rate. Under this amendment, we will have to raise a little more than $1.5 million through the SWEP portion of the rate, and we will have to send approximately $1.2 million, or 77% of that amount, to the state. Once we send those funds to the state, we will have to raise that amount again through our local education property tax rate to fund our schools. This is a $2.33 per $1,000 in valuation increase in our overall property tax rate, and our taxpayers will have no say in how it is spent. Additionally, this tax increase will need to be funded every year as long as this amendment stays in effect. Similar additional assessments, as you pointed out, Mr. Chairman, will have to be made in 53 communities throughout New Hampshire. In our town, if our towns do not want increases in already burdensome property taxes, then other priorities will be impacted. This would include road and bridge projects, environmental initiatives, and other town operations such as public safety and water and sewer departments. Our taxpayers will also be forced to reassess school budgets and services with potential negative impacts on education programs. This seems to be the opposite of the intent of any increase in education funding within our state. Members of the committee, I urge you to reject this amendment's fallacy of free money from so-called rich towns. The policy flaws in this amendment mirror the recent state Superior Court decision issued in November. That decision, which is on appeal to the New Hampshire Supreme Court, and this amendment creates winners and losers all across the Granite State. It has the potential to negatively impact municipal and school budgets in many ways. The Education Coalition Communities 2.0 appreciates the challenges in addressing school funding in our state. We deeply care about ensuring a quality education for our children, and we will continue our support for a fair and comprehensive approach for education funding in New Hampshire. But we continue to oppose any plan which requires property taxes raised in one community to be sent to another community and used without accountability for their use. We believe such a system treats different towns disproportionately or differently and is unfair and improper. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I
take
apologize
questions.
for mispronouncing your name,
That's
Mr.
okay, sir.
Dakota. Any questions from the committee members? Thank you for your testimony. Wait, somebody had, Representative Edwards.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm picking up from your testimony that you may have an opinion on the following, that there is some value to having the locality that's making the spending decisions accountable and responsible for raising the revenues to pay for their spending decisions. And that a key reason to do that is to ensure accountability for the spending decisions and to perhaps discipline and the spending, the tendency to want to spend. What do you think about this amendment and what it may do to untethering the spending discipline from the requirement to raise local revenues?
As far as how money is spent in other communities, that's sort of the point. We within our communities, within the coalition communities, will have to raise money through our property taxes, and we won't have a say. So we don't know how it will affect expenditures in communities that receive additional SWEP. That's the point that I was trying to make, is that we have no accountability mechanism for us in how that's spent.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is you're concerned that the receiving localities that are not raising the revenues, since you won't have accountability for their spending, you're concerned inherently that they may be making injudicious spending decisions.
Yes,
You
sir.
don't
My
don't
point-
really trust their spending decision process. Otherwise, you wouldn't be concerned.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't think it's a matter of not trusting. It's a matter of not having an ability to affect that. Right now, we are using SWEP dollars for education within our communities, and we have a say in how that occurs. $1.2 million is nearly all of our town's school budget. We will have to raise that, send it to Concord, and then raise it again to run our school. So we will be double taxed for that operation, that portion of our budget.
Thank you. Anything further for the witness? Thank you, Mr. Dakota. I'll next call on Lawrence Gagnon. It says you're from the New Hampshire DRA. Are there two of you from the DRA? All right, why don't you come together? Mr. King Meng Wong.
Yes, sir. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Keen Meng Wong, Tax Policy Counsel with the New Hampshire Department of Revenue.
Good morning, Lawrence Gagnon, Revenue Counsel at the New Hampshire Department of Revenue.
The department does not have a position on the amendment to 1583. However, we do have some concerns that more so in terms of the administration and as well as seeking clarification on some of the language that's used on the bill for the DRS administration of the 1583 amendment. We are wondering potentially that it could be best addressed during the work session tomorrow, and it will save the time for the committee. And we probably also just wanted to highlight that during the last work session, we heard that potentially that the withholding of the municipal revenue fund distribution to the municipalities was potentially a suggestion from the DRA. That is a policy issue, not a suggestion from the DRA. But once again, we do potentially have concerns in terms of the administration of that, in terms of the tax setting calculation, and we can discuss that tomorrow.
We welcome you to come to the work session tomorrow.
Thank you.
Mr. Gagnon,
I would just reiterate the same comments, and we'd be happy to come back
thank you for
tomorrow.
putting those off till tomorrow. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next call on Jason Sorens. Please don't take 6 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jason Sorens. I live in Amherst, New Hampshire, and I'm an economist at the American Institute for Economic Research. Although my comments are related to my research, my views do not necessarily represent those of my employer. So I wanted to speak to the part of this amendment that would require towns to remit excess education tax revenues to the State Education Trust Fund. The economics of this are complex and subtle, and so I wanted to speak to what the research has shown about the effects of this kind of redistribution based on property tax base. Probably the foremost economist who has worked on this is Stanford University economist Carolyn Hawksby. She notes that one of the primary effects of this kind of redistribution is that it discourages schools from being productive. Why does it do this? Because when you think about the fact that people are choosing where to live on the basis of quality of public services and their property tax burden, there's an incentive there for local governments to be efficient. If they're inefficient, then they either have to raise more in taxes to fund the same level of services as other towns, or given a level of taxes, they have to have lower quality public services. So inefficient towns are going to lose people to more efficient towns. That causes property values to rise in the more efficient towns and fall in the inefficient towns. That's a disincentive to being inefficient, right? People don't want their property values to fall. Home voters, as economist Bill Fischel calls them, will turn out to vote in local elections to stop this from happening. So what this kind of redistribution does, in essence, the intuition here is it gives towns an incentive to be inefficient. It gives them an incentive to become property poor. You don't want to be a donor town, you want to be a recipient town, on the margin, right? The second effect that she notes is sort of perverse from this form of redistribution is that it penalizes families with a greater taste for education and rewards those with a lesser taste for education. Why does it do this? Because again, people choose where to live based on the mix of taxes and services that they want. So families with a high taste for education will scrimp and pinch if they have to live in a town where they can spend more on education. So if you're a middle income family and you really have a strong preference for good education for your kids, you might move to a town like Hanover, even though it's very expensive, right? So $600,000 gets you a shack in Hanover, and most houses are a lot more expensive than that. So yes, wealthier people will tend to live in a town like Hanover, but also people with a strong taste for education will tend to make those sacrifices to live in a town like that. So what this would effectively do is it would penalize people who've made those choices because of their taste for education. They've wanted to pay the cost of living in a so-called property wealthy town. And it would reward those with a less taste for education who have chosen to live in a property poor town where the home values are lower. The other effect that's worth noting here is on exclusionary zoning. Federal Reserve economist Byron Lutz has studied our very own Claremont decision and the effects of that. He finds that under the system that was in effect from 1999 to 2011, when you had donor and recipient towns, people moved from donor to recipient towns, property values fell in donor towns, rose in recipient towns, although there was a net reduction in overall property wealth in the state, so it destroyed property wealth. And recipient towns, to choke off this growth, enacted growth management ordinances, causing the cost of housing to rise. So we are in a housing crisis in this state, and we have been for several years. We shouldn't be doing things that make this problem worse. Why is there an incentive to do exclusionary zoning if you have this kind of redistributive system? Well, in part, recipient towns will do this to choke off growth, but another effect of this is that, again, you want to be property poor. One way to be property poor is to stop development. So I have just done a study, and this is not peer-reviewed yet, but I'm confident in my numbers. I did a study, nationwide study, of the strictness of zoning regulations, and I looked at how this was affected by centralization of state education finance, so how much education finance is funded by state versus local revenues, and the strength of equalization, so redistribution from so-called property wealthy to property poor towns. And I found that both of those were associated with stricter zoning regulations. So, you know, if you have a taste of people in your town just don't want growth, or they don't want commercial, or they don't want multifamily, these are things that raise your property tax base per student. A lot of research has shown that. Now you're relaxing that constraint. They no longer have to pay that cost of exclusionary zoning. Oh, I'd like to exclusionary zone, but I'm worried about higher property tax burdens because if we keep out all this commercial and multifamily, now they have an incentive to do that. So for those reasons, I would be very, very cautious about this. If the state really wants to ensure that every family has access to an adequate education, let's make sure that actually low-income families have access to good schools rather than redistributing among towns. Redistributing from poor people in Hanover to rich people in the rest of the state doesn't make very much sense. Thank you.
Do you have these comments written, and do you have references to the reports that you've referenced?
I can email those to the members of the committee.
If you would contact our legislative budget assistant, he would be happy to take those in.
Sure.
I thank you. This is finally some original material.
All right.
Thank you. Question?
Oh, it's a question.
All right. We're hoping to move along a little quicker now because we've heard most of the points. And I have a person who's just going to take 2 minutes, Sean Parr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sean Parr. I'm on the Manchester School Board, where I chair the Education Legislation Committee. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of the Manchester School Board, which has authorized me to advocate for fully funding education in New Hampshire. We do support the parts of this amendment that increase the base annual cost of providing an opportunity for an adequate education, and we also supported the original draft of the HB 1583 as well. However, we do not support the portion of the amendment that caps the spending of these funds. We feel this limits local authority by placing a spending cap on education across the state. And the city of Manchester, in fact, already has such a cap. Manchester was part of the Conval lawsuit, so we do support the findings of that ruling. I think it's important to just reiterate things that I've reiterated at meetings of the Education Committee, that Manchester is one of those districts with the greatest need. We are the largest and most diverse district in the state, and we have over 50% of our students qualifying for free and reduced meals, with around 25% of our students qualifying for special education services. Fully funding education in New Hampshire is desperately needed. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Can you answer a question?
Okay.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here to testify before our committee. You mentioned Manchester already has a cap on school spending. What's the override provision for that cap?
It's also a supermajority.
2/3?
I believe so.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Representative Edwards.
Really short. Should we be expecting, as we increase the funding for adequate education, that the school districts will sign up for improved academic outcomes, or that there'll be a reduction in local property taxes as a result? Should either of those be reasonable expectations that come along with passing this legislation?
I mean, I think that's a different way than the way I think about it. But I mean, I would say yes, for sure, to the academic standards there. I mean, I think the city of Manchester, our school district, has been dedicated to closing the learning gap since the pandemic. And we've been working very hard on lowering class sizes, doing very much research-informed steps to adjust our system and really try to make sure that every student in our city has the best opportunity for a great education. And I think that I can say with confidence that that is for sure our agenda. As for the lowering local taxpayer expenses there, that's the domain of our Board of Mayor and Aldermen, not the domain of the school board.
Thank you for your testimony. Next call on, it looks like Mayor McEachran from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Daglin McEachran. I represent Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I was proud to sign on to a letter with 10 other mayors that you have in your possession. I won't read it, but the gist of it is that we are opposed to these recent amendments, but not opposed to the bill as it received large bipartisan support on the floor of the House earlier this year. It was important for me, and now I'm speaking as myself and as Mayor of Portsmouth, it's important to me to come up here and speak on behalf of increasing state aid to education. I am the son of a man who made a better life for himself and for our family through education. I believe very strongly in education. And I believe it is in our Constitution that we cherish education and we must make it available to all. So I think there was a question earlier if there was opposition, if we didn't trust other communities to make good decisions. I trust other communities to make good education decisions for their community. What I do not trust is the system of which we have decided on paying for this statewide education property tax. Donor towns versus receiver towns. It's a flawed system. It was a flawed system, when it was enacted. And I'm speaking, not for the coalition communities, but I think the entire system, the ship is sinking in terms of how we're funding education in New Hampshire. I personally believe it is time to leave that ship and chart a new course. And I look for you guys to try to figure out how to do that. I think there was an earlier speaker, Jason Sorens, who gave this committee a whole host of new information of why this is a bad idea. And I remember my friend, Representative Horgan, talking or musing on the fact that Durham is not a donor town while Portsmouth is a donor town. And that's an interesting thing to bring up because we both share the Great Bay. There are great restaurants in Durham. We are, similar in many respects, except when you look at how much land we have in current use in Portsmouth, you will find 4%. If you go to Durham, you will find 40%. It is hard for me to imagine a statewide property tax could be applied to residents of Portsmouth when other communities make drastically different decisions on what to do with their land. And I am not suggesting for a moment that Durham get rid of current use. I love Wagon Hill, and my daughter and I enjoy sledding on it every time there's enough snow. But the fact remains, the property tax, it's not unfair because, well, it's certainly unfair because, houses don't pay taxes, people pay taxes, and when you increase taxes or valuations increase, even if we do our best to keep the budget low in Portsmouth, the increase in property valuation is unequal among the towns. And if we were to have a flat tax applied to Portsmouth, it simply would not be fair because it would not be equal to the other towns. The other example is that a property tax is a local decision that we have because it is inherently taken. You add up all the property in a town a city, and then you divide it based on your share of that property, the decisions that you make collectively as a community, the decision whether or not to have multifamily housing, the decision whether or not to invite commercial activity into your municipality, growing the property tax base. When you try to make that individual community local control a statewide thing, you are finding all of the flaws that you see in this system because the system can't be expanded outside of the local community. To do so is going to continue to pit town against town because the decisions that are affecting the property tax rate are decisions outside of simply the education funding component of that. I implore this committee to look at this seriously. There's a stay, as I understand, so you'll have a year or so to do it. I hope that you guys are going to understand the moment that is in front of you, a moment to actually solve education funding and to do so in an equitable way. That is what we vote you in for, to put aside party differences and to make sure that we can actually deliver education that is required in the Constitution to cherish.
Thank you. I wish to take a 1-minute recess to announce that House Bill 1633, which is scheduled for 11 o'clock, will be delayed. I have four more people that wish to testify. If we hold them all to 3 minutes and they hold themselves to 3 minutes, then we will be another 12 minutes before we go into House Bill 1633 public hearing. Thank you. And now back to
Mr. Chair.
question, Representative Popovici Muller.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate you sharing your thoughts, and I was just curious when you say that we should find a equitable way of funding education. Do you have any thoughts over what that may be, other than that this is not really the way that you see fit?
Sure.
What would you suggest?
Well, I don't know if the chairman will allow me to kind of talk myself into an answer here, but I think that it has to. I think that it has to look at the differences that every community faces. I think that it has to look to solve and incentivize towns to make decisions that solve other problems within New Hampshire. The housing crisis is something that you see increasingly, coming up, at least in our community, I'm sure as other communities. In Portsmouth, I want my children to be able to live in Portsmouth. We just got our 3-year-old out of our bed. I'd like her to, move out of the house at some point, but in order to do so, she has to afford another house. I think that the decisions that we made in terms of some of the zoning regulations enable some towns to continue to live in a world where they don't see the greater good. I personally see the greater good in New Hampshire. I recognize that New Hampshire is made up of its communities, different communities. I understand that Portsmouth's a lot different than Manchester, a lot different to the Lakes region. But I also know that if you look at Portsmouth, you're going to see a mosaic of different communities within that one community. I would like to see that, and I hope that, and in terms of just one thing that we could start to think about is the burden of taxes, especially when it comes to thinking outside the box, potentially homestead exemptions, things that allow those types of communities that see an increase and influx in actually start to be able to willingly contribute to this much more proudly and not on the backs of some of the poorest of our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next call upon Tom Enright from Hollis.
My name is Tom Enright. I serve on the Budget Committee of the Hollis Brookline Cooperative District. I have been in elective office for more than 30 years. And I'm speaking against only one piece of this amendment, and that is the spending cap. The spending cap substitutes your judgment for the judgment of my budget committee, my school board, and most importantly, my district. And I don't want that. I want my local control. I want to give you one example, which occurred 1 week ago, our district meeting. Our district meeting would not have been successful with this amendment in place. We had a teacher contract come up, a 3-year contract. Our prior contract occurred during COVID, so during the worst piece of COVID. So the teachers got almost no raises for 3 years. We come up to the current time, and our teachers, we had a problem. We couldn't hire teachers, we couldn't retain teachers, and during that time when the teachers were getting no raises, you know, there was a great big inflationary piece to it. So our district meeting just passed a very significant teacher contract, the highest one I've seen in my 30 years, and we passed it by a significant majority. And that will take our problem away, that we'll be able to hire teachers, retain teachers, and our community, this was a once in a generation problem that we needed to solve then. And that spending cap would have gotten in the way of our ability to control our own situation. And I don't appreciate that. My community's judgment is better than the state judgment riding over me. Thank you.
Thank you for your brevity. Next call on Charles Smith Jr. from Orford, New Hampshire.
Hi, thank you. My name is Charles Smith Jr. From Orford, New Hampshire, and I'd like to speak on the ED 306 statute of minimum standards for public school approval. I stopped counting after over 100 rules, policies, criteria, statutes, from kindergarten, nurses, PE, square, foot per student, and many more after subsection 300.27, high school curriculum credits, graduation requirements, and co-curricular program. It goes on to subsection 300.49. Does the state of New Hampshire regulate and mandate adequate education in our public schools? Absolutely. On 3 January 2024, the Department of Education released its newest cost per pupil data for an adequate education 22-23 for 20,323. Historical data shows an average increase of 5.1% school budget per year for the last 5 years. Therefore, the costs have increased over 25% cumulatively since 2019. This 25% shift in burden is to the New Hampshire taxpayers in rural towns, not sustainable for the New Hampshire taxpayers. Due to the high public school taxes, we are seeing more people with no children or family buying family houses that have moved to another state with school-age children, and no increase in housing availability, thus decreasing the student population each year and increasing the budget. Since public school enrollment has been decreasing, budgets have been increasing, the burden keeps getting greater and greater on every rural New Hampshire town. Rural areas are especially bearing a greater burden since there is little to no construction of new homes in these areas. The burden stays with a static group of townspeople in these towns. State funding is decreasing based on reduced enrollment, but rising costs per student continues. I support this bill, and I also like the committee to think about the other means. I know that you've asked the other speakers, but on the land use or current use in the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your brevity.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you. Next call on Deborah Howes from AFT, New Hampshire.
Good morning, Chairman Weiler. Thank you for hearing me this morning, members of the committee. I want to make a few quick points because many others have already said what I want to say. I'm here on behalf of my 3,700 members across the state. We mostly work in kindergarten through 12th grade, public education, as well as public universities. And we supported HB 1583 as passed by the House. We like parts of this amendment, but because of another part of it, we do have to come out in opposition. And I'm here to start talking about the students and the New Hampshire Constitution. Our Constitution guarantees every New Hampshire child the opportunity of a public education. So that's where we need to start. And they have the right to the opportunity of public education funded through the state. Defining the content of what goes into that education is a job of the legislature, and you have done a good job of it. There's a committee that meets in the hall that keeps trying to add things to it. So if you have a problem with the cost, you might want to talk to them. But that education must be a robust education that prepares our students for life beyond graduation, whether it's going on to college, directly into business, into an apprenticeship, into the service, whatever they're doing beyond public schools or whatever education their parents choose, they must be well prepared for it. And it must be as robust in Berlin as it is in Bedford, in Franklin, as it is in Wyndham. So as much as we love redefining the adequacy amount to $7,356.01, we're concerned that this amendment puts all its eggs in one basket. There is great disparity between what those students get in different districts already. So if putting our limited state funding just into raising base adequacy per pupil means we won't have funding left to do the differentiated aid that helps students with different needs who are more expensive to educate because they have greater learning needs that require more support, or towns where you require more funding because you have a greater concentration of students who have more needs, or more families who need more support, then we would have a problem with putting so much emphasis just on raising the base adequacy rate aid. We don't want to set those disparities in granite, so to speak. We also have a huge problem with tying this to the state imposing an appropriations or spending cap on all districts. That's a matter for localities to decide, and some have. But that is up to the local voters to decide. I understand you can override it with a 2/3 vote because I worked in a place that had a spending cap in place. But that's a local issue for them to decide. Adopting a spending cap or a tax cap makes it very difficult to respond to spikes in the cost of things. So when the cost of fuel oil goes through the roof, as we've seen in recent years, you still have to respond to that the next year. You can't wait for it to be rolled into the 3-year average of the CPI. You still have to run the buses. You still have to heat the school. You can't have the kids, coming in the cold. You can't necessarily tell all families, sorry, you have to drive your kids in, because that is not fair to families who do not have someone home to drive their kids into school. So for those reasons, we urge you, unfortunately, as much as we would like the base adequacy aid increased for all students, we don't think this is the right approach for it. So we urge you to find this amendment inexpedient to legislate. Thank you so much for your time. And so you can hear the rest of these testifiers. I will not take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. The last one I have is Zach Sheehan. He'll tell us what NHSFFP is, and he has written testimony, so perhaps you don't need to take 5 minutes.
Very fair. My name is Zach Sheehan. I'm the executive director for the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. Doesn't always fit on the pink card. I do have written testimony that I need to make some more copies. I'll pass around. I will kind of skip through it to just hit some points that I think have been missed or overlooked in the essence of time. Just real quick, New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project, we're a nonprofit organization that educates citizens and policymakers about school funding, property taxes, and kind of some of the ways we can work to address these issues. I really appreciate all the work that's been done specifically in Finance Division 2 and with this amendment to try to tackle what is a very complicated and challenging issue. I want to point out that there are a number of elements to this amendment, and as stated by the sponsor at the beginning, the kind of impetus for this amendment was to try to address the lack of funding, take into account the recent court rulings, which were recommendations to the legislature about how to raise additional funding and where to set that base adequacy at a higher amount, and to try to address the unconstitutional structure that is currently swept. As passed, HB 1583, as we've heard, did receive very broad bipartisan support. So I definitely urge the committee to take into account that everyone who's spoken, most people who have spoken today have been in support of that underlying bill, and recognizing that there are elements to the amendment that they might not be in favor of for a lot of the reasons that you have heard. Relative to the remittance of excess SWEPT, wanted to point out a few things. One is that SWEPT was created to fund the state's obligation to pay for an adequate education. It is a state tax for a state responsibility. It is not a local tax. That's why that money in the ruling, the Rand decision back in November, the judge found that that money needs to be remitted to the state because it is a state revenue source for the state's responsibility. I think that is a piece that was missed from some of the previous speakers. Additionally, the letter signed by the mayors, I wanted to point out that, again, they were in support of the underlying bill. Some of those mayors are also part of the coalition community, and so I think that hopefully that support for the underlying bill extends to them as well. We are in favor of increasing the base adequacy amount. It's in line with the Conval decision. It's a step in the right direction. There's a lot of evidence, a lot of thought and rationale behind both the Conval plaintiffs' argument for the almost $10,000 in base adequacy and the judge's ruling in the $7,300. Two last pieces. One is I want to reiterate opposition to the spending cap element of this amendment. I think what we are concerned about is that locks into place the current inequities we see across our school funding system. Communities would not have the option to spend the additional funds they would get from this amendment on schools if they wanted to. For most communities, many of whom are represented in this room, the amount of additional funding would far exceed the allowable increase in their school budgets, even if they wanted to make that decision locally. I understand the 2/3 element, but we all know that is a very high bar to pass. And locking into place current inequities as in an attempt to kind of reduce overall school spending, I think is misplaced and not appropriate for the intent of this bill. The intent of the lawsuits, the stated intent of this bill is to help address school funding and the inequities in there, and placing a cap on districts' ability to increase funding if that's what they find they want to do to try to increase student outcomes, I think is a bit of a mismatch. My last comment is that we have really good schools in New Hampshire on average. On average, we spend a good amount of money. On average, we have very high achievement scores. There's also no school district in the state that spends less than 3 times the amount of money they get from the state inadequacy fund per pupil. So unless every single school district in the state is spending on superfluous items, as was alluded to or referenced earlier, every single district is spending significantly more than they get from adequacy funding. There's a huge gap in the amount of money that we receive from adequacy funding and the amount of money that schools spend on their students. And I just want to underscore that last piece, that we have good schools. Most school boards, most school districts in the state want to provide good education for their students and are trying to do so balancing the burden on local property taxes. Appreciate your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Mr. Sheehan. I'm just wondering if you would mention, or if you have any opinion about the amendments, page 3, penalties that seem to be set into non-excess swept towns that may choose not to fulfill their obligation to the state. Did you have any position on the ability of the state to withhold either any monies from the Education Department of Ed or on the meal and rooms distribution that would not be made?
Thank you for the question. I think that the intent of that was to try to, as with a lot of the pieces of this amendment, actually tackle these issues head on instead of beating around the bush, which is why I really appreciate a lot of the work that's been put into that. I don't know if potentially restricting revenues from other sources like the rooms and meals is the best way to get access swept communities to comply with that, but I think it's looking at this issue as it stands, which is that there's a lot of mismatch in what the courts have said to do or potential legislation and what actually ends up happening. So I don't know that that would be the best mechanism to make sure that excess swept communities comply with the law, but I appreciate the attempt to try to work through how do we actually make sure the changes in this bill are enacted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I close this hearing on the amendment of 1583. Representative Emmerich, you will announce the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, members of Division 2, I couldn't think where I was. Division 2, take your paperwork with you for tomorrow.
Okay. I have the sign-up sheet, those wanting to be recorded. James Richard is against. Horrigan spoke, Parr spoke, Howe spoke, Dave Leno, Representative Dave Luno is against, and Bill Ardinger is against. Those are the ones that signed up. Some of them already testified. I will now open the hearing on the amendment proposed to House Bill 1633 and call upon Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow members of the Finance Committee. I'm here to introduce Amendment 1214H to House Bill 1633. For the past 10 or 12 years, the House has worked on cannabis legislation, in some cases passing it, only to see it fail in the next steps, either the Senate or maybe the governor. For the first time, we seem to have a little bit of a window to possibly passing something in this area. I personally met with the governor's representative, Mr. Parker. He gave me a list of things that the governor has said would make such legislation acceptable. Number one on that list is what's called the franchise model. That's what this amendment represents. The current bill, 1633, is what's called, I think, the agency model or something like that. The main difference is that 1633, as it exists, would create independent regulated businesses, right? So heavily regulated, but even so, they're essentially independent businesses. You can think of it maybe like restaurants or something that, you know, some are together, some are different, and so on, but they're heavily regulated by the Liquor Commission as far as their bar and alcohol sales. This bill creates what's called the franchise model. So essentially, the Liquor Commission becomes the franchisor for some number of businesses and is even more heavily regulated, right? The what they sell, what they charge, how they advertise, all that sort of stuff would be in common. You can think of it like a chain, right? There's a McDonald's headquarters, and all the McDonald's look the same, and they all are regulated and priced and have similar products and so on. Although maybe this franchise that's in this bill is not quite as, you know, the manual for McDonald's is probably, I don't know how thick, but this will be less. But again, if you want something to pass, this is the number one thing on the governor's list. There's another 10 things in there as well that's part of this amendment. We're kind of in an analogous situation to what the legislature found itself in at the end of Prohibition. So when they decided to create the Liquor Commission in the first place. And I think today, looking back at that, most of us are glad they did, right? If you look at the way alcohol is sold and regulated and so on in our surrounding states, it's not as good as what we experience here in New Hampshire. We have our Liquor Commission I mean, what's the basis of it? We want to have revenue for the state for all the programs, education, everything else. And we get a significant amount from the Liquor Commission, and it's so significant that 50% of their sales goes to people who don't live in New Hampshire. So these are people that are voluntarily sending us revenue and don't get services for that revenue in some sense, right? So that's how great it is. And the only reason that worked was they were at a point where there was no existing businesses, there was no existing revenue, and so they created the Liquor Commission and built it up over time. So the source of the Liquor Commission's revenue is the fact that they have a statewide monopoly, they have very high volumes, and therefore they can offer prices that are lower than similar products in surrounding states. Now, this bill does not create that model because of the federal prohibition, right? So the federal prohibition means that unlike liquor, we cannot import cannabis from other places. It has to be grown and created in New Hampshire. And in the long run, it's clear that it will not be grown in New Hampshire. I mean, if at some point the federal prohibition went away and there was interstate commerce, any growing going on in New Hampshire would essentially cease, right? I mean, we still produce some liquor and some wine and so on in New Hampshire, but it's a very tiny amount. I mean, the climate of New Hampshire, the soil, all that sort of stuff is not suitable for major agriculture like this, you know. So we're not at a point where we can create a statewide cannabis commission, if you will, to set up dozens of stores and all that sort of thing. But what we can do is sort of dip our toe, all right, dip our toe into it and create some business that can later move in that direction, right? So some of our liquor stores currently are called agency stores. They're liquor stores, but they're not run by the Liquor Commission. This creates 15 stores not run by the Liquor Commission, but it's clear that in the long run, there will have to be many, many more stores. There's currently 73 stores in Vermont. I don't know, there's probably 473 stores in Maine. I don't know how many stores in Massachusetts. But these 15 stores could continue as agency stores, if you will. But in the long run, we could potentially have a cannabis business similar to the liquor business. It's not easy. It's not guaranteed. We're number one in liquor, but cannabis is a somewhat substitute for liquor. And the history of people who are number one in a business, when that business goes through a major transition, continuing on is not good. So this is a possibility, and I think this is the only possibility that will work.
Thank you.
One other thing, I'm sorry, but the bill in front of you is not the one we're going to pass. My copy is littered with notes, right? So we are going to make changes in division, and so don't, you know, we have complaints from this, that, and the other thing. Those kind of things are going to be worked on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have a hard stop in about an hour at 12:30 because we have a full afternoon for this committee. So I have a number of cards. If people hold themselves to 3 minutes, we should be able to get through it by 1:30. And we will remind you of the time. I will allow a little more time for some people that have an alternative. The next one up will be an alternative to this amendment that she already has submitted an amendment. Hopefully she can be brief. But If everybody stays no more than 3 minutes, we should be able to get through it by 12:30. And then there'll be a work session on this. And I'll have Representative Leishman announce the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe it's 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
And across the hall here. So there's a lot to be said. Please don't be repetitious. If someone else has already made the points you want to make, I would appreciate if you just say, I agree with the previous speaker or the so-and-so that said this. And if you have one additional point to make, please do that. But this is a complicated subject, and if you've heard a lot of the things you're going to say, please don't repeat them. Thank you. Questions for Representative McGuire? Seeing none, I'll call on Representative Leon for an alternative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Erica Leon. I represent the town of Derry, and I'm the prime sponsor of this bill. Right now, there's two different forks in the road in front of you. One of them is the agency model that I have presented, which is a state-run path. The other is a franchise. The other forks in the road are, do we want to have a cannabis industry that is aggressively growing sales in order to maximize conversion from liquor to cannabis and in order to maximize revenues to the state? Or do we want to have a path where people in New Hampshire who are currently using cannabis and either purchasing it out of state or from illicit dealers have a safer in-state model, where we have an opportunity for this market to participate in the state of New Hampshire, but we are not in the business of a state of having more people use cannabis? I prefer the second path. I know that the last hearing says that we have a lot of uses for money, but I don't think that converting people who don't use cannabis today to be cannabis users is a smart path forward. I have presented a bill with my bill passed the House, and I did present an amendment that had some changes to it. It had some definitions. It made sure that their therapeutic cannabis program was appropriately recognized, and it also worked towards those appropriations. I do want to say that the therapeutic cannabis program is very important in this state. We just passed a bill so people don't need opioids for their pain before they can use cannabis. It's important, and we need to make sure that as we move forward with legalization, we're not throwing the patients and the people that serve them out. We need to make sure that there is a path for the ATCs to continue to operate viably, and we need to make sure that people who use cannabis as medicine still have that opportunity. My bill and the foundation of that bill provides for that path. What I am planning to present to you is a way to carve out the business model from the regulatory path on cannabis. We need to have the regulatory portion separate from the business model. In liquor, the Liquor Commission is well suited to do both because there are federal regulations that give us a lot of guidance and give us a lot of guardrails. Because the federal guidance on cannabis is don't do it, don't sell it. That doesn't provide the same guardrails. I plan to come with language that will have franchise separate and compartmentalized from the whole rest of the implementation so that we can see if the franchise model does in fact work in the state of New Hampshire. If that proves to be unviable, it won't kill the entire program because it won't be enmeshed throughout. When we had the last hearing, I heard about a $5 million computer system. I realized a lot of people want to have cannabis legalized and they're willing to accept the franchise model because we can change it. I realized that even if I was the person holding the pen, if we spent $5 million on a process that locks in franchises, even I wouldn't be able to change that. So let's separate the regulation and the operation from the business model and set up a separate franchise. I will bring this to you for the work session tomorrow, hopefully fully drafted, if not in the best language I can get, because I know time is pressing. But I think we've come an amazing way in this discussion, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Questions from committee members? Seeing none.
Thank
Is
you.
Senator Abbas here? We'll recognize him next.
And I'll do my best with that 3-minute time frame. I hear I talk a lot. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Darrell Abbas. I represent District 22, communities of Pelham, Salem, Atkinson, and Plastow. And I'm here, I do support the McGuire amendment. I will say, just working on this last year as a member of the House and now in the Senate, it's what can get over the finish line. There's a lot of people who were traditionally against cannabis. Anyone who served with me last term and in the term before, I've spoken in opposition to several cannabis bills and CACRs. This is a compromise on my end. Do I love it? No. But at the same time, I think it's a fair compromise. And this, from what I can see, has a chance to become law. And I believe it does have support in the chamber that I sit in, and in meeting and having conversations with a lot of interested parties, this could actually become law. In respect to the bill as it was drafted and the proposed amendments, it doesn't have my support. I don't believe it would make it to anyone's desk to even be signed. I'm just being as transparent as I can. In the other concern I have is in the Senate, I'm not sure this is going to have the support of the Finance Committee. So the reason why I'm taking upon myself to come to the House committees is that I believe a Finance Committee that if you're willing to support the bill should work on it. And I heard some issues with some of the numbers that have been put in that, and that's exactly why having a Finance Committee involved in the process that supports it would be beneficial. Going another direction, the agency store model, I keep hearing that. To me, just looking at it, it's a rebranding of what was HB 639 in several bills we had over the years. It's just a new title. It's not state controlled. It's certainly not any type of state store. It's a private licensed store. And we've seen every other state that has allowed recreational cannabis do that, and they oversaturate the market. And what that leads to is a lot of these go under, and a lot of the wealthier investors, they can withstand that, and it's been a problem. And I think going this route, having the franchise model, it really creates a partnership with the individual franchisees. And I think there's a lot of benefits to that. Obviously, you don't want any of these stores going out of business. That's all about branding. You don't want to see that. And that's really critical to putting forward something that works together. Everyone's working together. Every franchisee would be working together, putting forward this business model. So I think, just to sum it up, this can make it over the finish line. I was involved as the chair of the commission that met over the fall, so I can answer any questions if you have any concerns about some of the provisions in here, and I'll be happy to answer those. But again, if you want something to become law, it's best that we all paddle in the same direction.
Thank you. Representative Popovici Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for testifying and taking questions. Obviously, it's a 38-page amendment, so I'm not gonna get into the weeds, but just one brief question. How do you see this model interplay with the current federal legislation? I know that there have been a lot of concerns expressed about the state and the federal governments butting heads on this, and I'd appreciate your thoughts.
It's against federal law. It's all the therapeutic programs against federal law. It's all against federal law. I think we want to take the position we're either going to follow the federal law and acknowledge it or ignore it. But I think for what we're trying to do, I preferred the state control model similar to that of liquor, but it's difficult really to find investors into cultivation when you really only have one customer. So it's kind of, without the interstate commerce piece to it, it is a tall order. So this franchise model was the compromise from that.
Thank you. Any further questions from committee members? Seeing none. I'll next call on the Honorable Dr. Joe Hannon.
Good morning, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Joe Hannon. I'm a former legislator, and I was also on the study commission back in 2018. And I've been working on this issue for quite a while with several people who have put forth the legislation in the last few years. There's a lot of things I'd like to say, but I know time is limited, so I'll try to keep it brief. we heard about the state model and why it's successful and why it works and why some people think that it needs to be that way for cannabis. Prohibition of alcohol is what led to the state liquor commissions even being allowed. When prohibition was repealed, the 21st Amendment gave states the sole power to regulate commerce and within their states, and they can take complete control. It's the one thing the federal government gave the authority to the states to do as far as commerce. We can't say, oh, we're going to be the only ones to sell tomatoes, we're the only ones to sell tires. We're not allowed to do that. It's only allowed because the 21st Amendment to the Constitution gives the state the express authority to do so. So we hear that one of the reasons why the state didn't have state stores is because it's just a better compromise. It would mean that the state would be directly selling a federally illegal substance. Every other state that has done this has pretty much gone with a different model, and that's what we're trying to do with the original bill that was passed in the House. There were a couple other things that I wanted to bring up. Every time that I would see a bill, if I wasn't sure if we should do it or not, one, is it effective? Is it allowed? And does it solve a problem? There's nothing in this amendment that can't be done through a franchise model, the model that you've seen. If the governor and other people in the Senate would like certain controls, they can get them through the model that was put forth and passed in the last committee and by the whole House. The state constitution, I'm not going to read all the articles, but I'd like for everyone to go peruse them if they haven't memorized them. I'm sure some of you have. Basically, we have natural rights. All men have certain natural, essential, inherent rights among them, which are enjoying the defending life and liberty, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, and in a word, of seeking and obtaining happiness. We have a right to privacy. Article 2B, individual's right to live free from governmental intrusion in private or personal information is natural, essential, and inherent. There's a couple of provisions in this amendment that I think are going to be a problem. One is the anti-lobbying provision for the franchisees. The explanation for that is, well, they have to sign a contract, so it's okay that we don't allow them to petition the legislature for their industry, their livelihood. The state constitution in several places says that everybody in New Hampshire has a right to petition for redress of grievances and also to petition the legislature to educate them or to ask them to do something. Everybody has that right. There are multiple times in the state constitution where that's mentioned. I won't list them all, but Article 2, 8, 14, 22, 30, and 32 are all articles in the state constitution that contradict that part of this. So if you don't change anything else, I think that's something that needs to be addressed. I think it's in there, and we heard someone say this just recently, and someone just came up and said that we have to pass this because it's the one thing that can pass. And I know that you're all very, honorable, educated people in here, and when I was a representative, I never, ever wanted to vote to pass something just because that's the only thing we can pass. What should you pass? And I think that's the question we have to ask ourselves. I'm not going to read the statement of principles from the NHGOP platform, but it's kind of scary when you read the list and think this bill is being put forth and other people in my party are going to vote for it because there's nothing in our statement of principles that really makes sense with this amendment. Free people, free markets, free enterprise, less government intrusion, less regulations, less business barriers to enter businesses. The amendment that will be brought forth later, I believe, is going to have more lower entry fees, lower tiers for people to do smaller craft growing or whatnot. So I think that there are so many reasons, and I can keep going, but I know there's a lot of people who'd like to speak. So I just suggest that people go back, read the state constitution, and read all the things that are in this list. I know Karen O'Keefe from Marijuana Policy Project sent you all a list of all the this bill, the regular amendment that was passed, this amendment, and they have suggested amendments. And then if you go through that list and look at the Constitution and the Statement of Principles, there's a lot of things that don't make any sense whatsoever. So I really ask you to please take the time to deliberate tomorrow and later in the week or next week or two and pass a bill that makes sense and guarantees freedom, business, free enterprise, and still protects people in the state. There's nothing in the bill that was passed already and by one committee that doesn't do almost everything the governor wants, except for a couple little things that are blatantly unconstitutional or go against our statement of principles from the party that I belong to. And I
Thank you,
believe
Doctor.
that that's something that every party should actually believe. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
I'll next call on Dr. Riley Kirk. Yeah, make sure there it
It's
is.
on. Okay, thank you. Good morning, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Dr. Riley Kirk. I hold a PhD in pharmaceutical sciences, and I'm a cannabis researcher and educator. I'm a resident of New Hampshire, a hemp license holder, a member of NHCAN Advisory Board, and a daily cannabis consumer. Today, I'm speaking to express my concerns with 1633 amendment. I personally work with marginalized communities that rely on medical cannabis to help their symptoms, whether that be for chronic pain, cancer, insomnia, or other reasons. Many members of this community struggle financially to get their medicine because it is not covered by health insurance, as almost all other accepted medicines are. Note, regardless if you believe cannabis is a medicine or not, we have over 40,000 peer-reviewed publications, and I believe it is objectively a medicine. Patients are paying for their medicine out of pocket and they need all the assistance they can get. The proposed amendment would increase the price of cannabis products for medical patients by imparting a 12.5% tax. This is not only unnecessary because medical patients make up a significantly lower portion of the population compared to the adult use market, but is also unnecessary in targeting a vulnerable population in New Hampshire that we should be protecting. The only way that I see this as a feasible route forward is if we provide medical patients with the right to home grow, allowing them to have affordable and accessible avenue to quality cannabis products and grow them to their specific needs. Additionally, in relation to the alternative treatment centers, these facilities have established a community of trust with their patients and community. They were able to provide medicine, education, and community when no other place in the state allowed access to this medicinal plant. Purposely limiting the establishment for the sake of state funds is egregious in my opinion. We should be prioritizing implementing what the ATCs have learned from doing business in New Hampshire and use their leadership as an example for patient-focused medicine and prioritize them and their patients as legislation moves forward. Myself and many other members of the cannabis community were excited to have an industry in the state. But while reading the proposed amendment, including page 15, line 15, which says that there is a prerequisite of operating a cannabis establishment in another state as a criteria for granting licenses for franchise models, combined with the lenient residency requirements, to me, this is essentially asking people in neighboring states like Massachusetts, who on average make significantly more money than New Hampshire residents, to continue taking opportunities away from us. We would have loved to have experience in the cannabis industry in this state, running businesses, but our state did not allow us to, and we should not be reprimanded because we are loyal to our community and our state. This proposed model emphasizes large corporations and discourages small craft businesses, which is the opposite of what we preach in our Constitution. Lastly, increasing penalties for consumption of cannabis in public does not make any sense to me. It is clear discrimination against cannabis consumers, and it makes no sense to increase access, availability, and education, but also increase punishments for using the same medicine. I hope to see, as we move forward, that we prioritize culture, community, and quality of medicine for adult use consumers and for medical patients. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'll next call on Alicia Preston from Hampton, New Hampshire, who puts down the unusual time needed to speak of 30 seconds. Thank you very much.
You're welcome already. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Alicia Preston. I represent Brett Scott of Brett Scott Enterprises. He is a New Hampshire resident who owns several businesses in New Hampshire. And in addition, he owns retail cannabis stores in Maine. He very much wanted to be here today, but he is not feeling well and didn't want to contaminate you all. So on his behalf, I'm speaking in favor of the McGuire Amendment. We believe it is a workable model and, most importantly, one that can actually be enacted into law. Since he can't be here, he is the expert on details of the industry, so he has or will be emailing you all written testimony.
Thank you. Appreciate your brevity. Next call on Michelle Merritt for 3 minutes. New Futures.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. My name is Michelle Merritt. I'm the president at New Futures. Many of you are familiar with our organization. We're here quite often. Today, I'm also representing the New Hampshire Cannabis Policy Coalition for Public Health and Social Justice. This is a group of aligned nonprofit organizations who share the belief that if New Hampshire moves in the direction of commercializing recreational cannabis, that policymakers must utilize the best available science and evidence to reduce public harm, limit youth and problematic use, and purposely advance equity in this state. For these reasons, the Policy Coalition came together around a common set of principles, and they are to protect children and youth, promote social justice and opportunities for equity, protect public health and population health, and ensure appropriate funding for cannabis revenue is directed towards efforts that reduce the public harms associated with use. So it's this last particular principle that I'm going to touch on briefly. I'm going to keep it to 3 minutes. We are pleased to see that this amendment creates a substance abuse prevention, treatment, and recovery fund. However, it only allocates 10% of the revenues to this fund. According to estimates from policymakers and legislators who have done work on this issue for years, this is likely going to result in only a few $1 million that would be designated to increase treatment needs in the state of New Hampshire. That is not enough. We urge the committee to please consider increasing that debt is consistent with the recommendation that was made by the study commission who worked on this issue over the summer and into the fall. Our behavioral health system is fragile in this moment, and if we are going to respond to growing need for services, we need to make sure the funds and the revenues are there to support that system. The last principle that I just quickly wish to touch on is around social justice. It was mentioned by a previous speaker, but we share the concerns around how the penalties for smoking in public are assessed under this amendment. Under the current decriminalization law, if someone is caught smoking in public with less than 3/4 of an ounce of cannabis, the highest penalty that they would face for a third offense is a Class B misdemeanor and a fine of up to $1,200. This is a serious criminal penalty that creates a record and also includes a substantial fine. However, under the proposed amendment, New Hampshire would be opening the door to putting people in jail for up to a year for a second offense for this exact same conduct. It's also punishable as an undefined misdemeanor. We raise this point before the committee for consideration because it has the potential to be extremely costly to New Hampshire and also to New Hampshire taxpayers who will have to pay for public defenders for any individual who is charged with a Class A misdemeanor. The state would be ending up having to foot the bill for this. So for these reasons, we ask the committee, if you are so inclined, to pass HB 1633 and the non-germane amendment that's before you today, to please consider increasing the amount that's designated for substance abuse treatment, as well as addressing the issues and problems that are within the amendment around criminal penalties and align it under the existing law. I am happy to take questions. We also submitted testimony through the online portal, which also includes some suggested revisions for language.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Next call on Jean Jonas from Wilton, New Hampshire.
Hi, I'm kind of a pinch hitter today. Jim Riddle, a New Hampshire resident, asked me to read this for him as he couldn't be here today.
That was a 4-page letter, and I think
No, I got a 1-pager. I did it
Oh,
in
good,
3.
good.
I
'Cause
read
we
it.
we all have the 4-page letter.
I
He
timed
may-
myself last night at the kitchen table. It took 3 minutes, so here we go.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jim Riddle. I own and operate a USDA licensed hemp seed operation and have a New Hampshire medical cannabis card. I serve on the advisory board of the New Hampshire Cannabis Association and on the policy and ed committee of Norfolk, New Hampshire. I attended most of the New Hampshire Cannabis Commission hearings, as well as meetings of the House Commerce and Finance Committees regarding cannabis legislation. I have submitted detailed written comments and not able to testify today, so I'm here doing it. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, HB 1633, as adopted by the House and amended by Rep. Leon, would
establish a tightly regulated free enterprise system which protects public health, prevents sales of cannabis to minors, yet provides opportunities for farmers, entrepreneurs, and small businesses to enter the market. On the other hand, Rep. McGuire's non-germane amendment submitted on behalf of Senator Abbas represents a big government takeover of New Hampshire's cannabis market without including statutory language authorizing the state to become a cannabis franchiser. The amendments attempt to establish a state cannabis cartel where the Liquor Commission would control the prices, packaging, labeling, promotion, advertising, location, and even the sale of property of cannabis establishments. The amendment would pave the way for vertically integrated operations where only the manager of the operation would need to be a resident of New Hampshire. The amendment provides no pathway for alternative treatment centers to become cannabis retail stores. It would impose a 12.5% tax on the sale of medical cannabis, while providing a 10% pay raise to Liquor Commission employees and administrators to set up the cannabis cartel. Plus, the overall claim that cannabis would be regulated like alcohol is totally false, as detailed in my written comments. As a licensed hemp grower, I'm concerned that the amendment would require all licensed hemp operations in New Hampshire to cease operation, since we would no longer have access to seeds, which would be defined and regulated as cannabis under the amendment. With an appropriation request of almost $19 million over 2 years, the amendment is more than twice as expensive as the $8 million requested to implement HB 1633. In the fall of 2023, NHCAN worked with New Hampshire Farm Bureau, NOFA New Hampshire, New Hampshire Herbal Association to conduct a grower survey to determine the level of support for legal cannabis among Granite State farmers, of which I am one. The survey found that 87% of respondents that currently farm support the legislation of adult use cannabis. 78% of those New Hampshire farmers expressed interest in becoming licensed growers. Only 10% of farmers surveyed support a state monopoly system. I urge the Finance Committee to reject Rep. McGuire's amendment and pass HB 1633 as adopted by the House and amended by Representative Leon. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't think we should subject him to questions since he's representing someone else. I'll next call on Matt Simon. Also 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this amendment. My name is Matt Simon. I live in Nashua. I work for Granite Leaf Cannabis, formerly Prime ATC. We are one of the 3 medical cannabis companies that is licensed by the Department of Health and Human Services. We operate 2 dispensaries, one in Chichester, one in Merrimack, and we have a cultivation facility in Peterborough. We've been operating a little over 7 years, providing services to the therapeutic cannabis patients, which now number slightly over 14,000 in our state. So we are a nonprofit. We are solely focused on New Hampshire. We do not have any connections with large companies in other states, et cetera. So we support legalization. Unfortunately, we cannot support this amendment as currently written. To be clear, we would be willing to go along with all of the requirements that have been clearly stated by the governor on this issue. Some of them we don't necessarily agree with, but we're willing to live with them. I really appreciated the governor's statement that the top priority for cannabis legalization should be harm reduction, not profits. We believe that our program does serve a harm reduction function in New Hampshire. I won't go into details on that, I'll be here tomorrow and I'll be happy to talk about anything you might like to talk about. But in this case, I'm pleased to hear Representative McGuire say that this amendment will not pass as is, that it will receive further work in this committee. I think that's great because it definitely needs more work. And I don't believe that it would go the whole way if it doesn't receive more work. So I have passed out written testimony for those of you who are on Division 1. You've already received these documents via email. The only change is that I added the amendment number. So if you've already read it, it's still the same. If you haven't, here it is again. There's a one-page side-by-side that lays out 4 issues that are most important from the therapeutic cannabis perspective. Big picture, we want to have a program that aligns and integrates the therapeutic cannabis program with the adult use stores. The vision for the franchise model, as I understand it, is that patients could buy cannabis at the franchise stores, which I think would be great. It would expand access statewide. Access is currently limited to 7 dispensary locations. So it would be great for patients if we can explain that. Unfortunately, the amendment is completely silent on how those sales are supposed to take place, how they're to be regulated. There needs to be integration with the current program for that to work at all. So I don't want to sit here and talk. I'll definitely not exceed my 3 minutes. I'm happy to answer questions. I'll be here tomorrow. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, I have 4 more pink cards to speak. Some of them 3 to 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 to 7 minutes, 10 minutes. Coming up against my hard stop, I want to reduce all those times to about 3.5 minutes. So we will be finished by 1:30 and you won't deny. Otherwise, I will have to recess this till next Monday.
Be finished by 12:30.
12:30 is the hard stop, as I said. What did I say? 1:30. Ah, no, we're back in here at 1. All right, next call, Holly Stevens. And at NAMI, New Hampshire.
And I will try to be as brief as possible. Chairman Weiler, members of the committee, my name is Holly Stevens. I'm the Director of Public Policy at NAMI, New Hampshire. NAMI, New Hampshire is a nonprofit grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people affected by mental illness and suicide through support, advocacy, and education. And I'm here today just to speak to the amendment, but we're not taking a position either way on the amendment or the bill at this point. Just a couple of points that research indicates that people with mental illness report using marijuana at a rate of at least twice that of people without mental illness. There's documented correlation between cannabis use and the onset of schizophrenia and other psychotic disorders, and especially in young folks who start using in either their teens, late teens, or early 20s. And for young adults in particular, cannabis use can contribute to symptoms of mood disorder, anxiety, and psychosis, and may hasten the emergence of these disorders. And because of that, we are here today just to talk about, the responsibility around this bill and what New Hampshire needs to do and put in place to make sure that we, as Michelle Merritt mentioned, reduce the harms as much as possible. Just a couple of things. We also support increasing the allocation to the Substance Use Prevention and Treatment Recovery Fund to a minimum of 20%, but we're also suggesting that there be a requirement that 50% of those funds be allocated to the use of mental health prevention, treatment, and recovery. And that's mental health treatment, whether it is co-occurring or not co-occurring with a substance use disorder. We know that some of these folks try marijuana once and then they have psychosis. And so therefore, we want to make sure that there is some funding available to assist the community mental health centers and the hospitals with treating these folks. And then the other suggestion that we had is that there's language in the amendment that talks about funding being used just for co-occurring disorders, and we have a suggestion that that be changed. In the written testimony, I have a suggestion on the back, so when you receive that, you can take a look at that, and with that, I will just take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Seeing no question, Representative Hull.
Yes, thank you. the studies that you mentioned, is it a correlation or is there a causation at the root level?
Well, with the study that we recently read, it's a causation.
Thank you. And written testimony, if you give it to the legislative budget assistant, he'll see that we all get copies.
He already has it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next call on Michael McLaughlin. Please, Sanctuary ATC, please keep it to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mike McLaughlin, represent Sanctuary ATC, and I will not try to echo the comments of Matt Simon. Will point out a couple of things. New Hampshire's in the marijuana sales business. It has been for 7 years. It has been with 7 different locations throughout the state selling therapeutic products very successfully. The bills we see today and the amendments seem to look at creation of something that doesn't exist. It does exist, and the New Hampshire ATC should be involved. This amendment today from Representative McGuire, in one of the early paragraphs, points out that an alternative treatment center shall not hold a retail license to sell cannabis products. Yet later in the same amendment, they asked the alternative treatment centers to sell their products to franchise retail outlets. So they're basically asking us to sell to the competition and help put us out of business. When a state incorporates retail sales into a therapeutic market, there's a traditional 30-40% drop in activity. So this amendment basically says, keep working as a therapeutic center, give your products to other people as you watch your business decline. It just is nonsensical. In addition, further on in the amendment, they talk about how being an alternative treatment center should allow you to have a one-up on getting a license. So we'll work on this hopefully in the committee, but you're looking at a business that's existed in the state, selling therapeutic marijuana products successfully, that's now being asked in this amendment to stay out of the business that they know best. And that's how I will end my remarks.
Thank you for cutting through all that.
Thank you. Any questions? I'll be happy.
Any questions? Seeing none. Next call on Darrell Ames. I have the next 2 cards. One is New Hampshire Cannabis Association. The other one is New Hampshire Cannabis Party. You will tell us what's the difference between those 2 groups.
Thank you. My name is Darrell Eames. I'm the founder of the New Hampshire Cannabis Association, and in my duties in the last 6 years, I've been speaking with residents and governmental and non-governmental organizations all throughout the state. I speak with associations all around the country, and in my professional duties, as a consultant in the space, I speak with hundreds of operators every year all around the country. And the one thing I want to kind of say today is that we oppose this amendment because structures matter. And what the real balance of what you're being asked to do is to balance the state's direct involvement in plant touching activities against federal intervention, along with public safety, the health of the ATCs, and a structure and foundation for an industry where the operators can be successful. And to the representative's question about that, the franchise model actually lowers the bar for federal intervention. When you have, on one side, traditional models that seek to insulate the state by limiting their exposure to plant touching activities. On the other end of that spectrum, you have state-run stores where you are the business. And in the middle, you have a franchise and agency model. The state-run stores is kind of a nebulous threat from the federal government. If they decide some agency somewhere could come and take action. If you're a franchise, you are putting the state of New Hampshire directly under the purview of the Federal Trade Commission and the federal franchise regulations, which means, in theory, a potential that if a franchisee decided that they were being treated unfairly, they could lodge a complaint with the FTC, and if the FTC finds it has merit, they could launch a federal investigation into the state of New Hampshire. That's very concrete. But let's just talk about how the vision of these structures play out in reality. HB 1633 is the culmination of many years and dozens of people working on a bill to try and balance these requirements. In contrast, the amendment reads like it was written by a handful of people for one person. So let's walk through some of this. So HB 1633 provides flexibility in pricing to balance supply and demand signals in the market so retailers can stay competitive. The other states not that the commission can simply consult on price, but rather that the commission has, and I quote, the final authority to set the price of all cannabis products sold in a retail store. In the private market, we call this price fixing. One bill understands that vertically integrated companies may want to co-locate cultivation or manufacturing with retail if allowed in their municipality to reduce costs and risk. The other actually forbids retail co-location entirely, even if it's legal. One bill believes medical patients shouldn't be burdened with paying another 12.5%. The amendment believes that that's perfectly acceptable. One bill views the advisory board as an asset to help these new operators with things like education and funding and act as a conduit for communication on what is and isn't working to the commission. The other reads like a liquor commission advisory board. Let's take a peek at it. They have the chair of the liquor commission. I'm pretty sure the liquor commission talks to the liquor commission. They've got the president of the associations of chiefs of police, some random member of the public appointed by the governor, a state senator and state rep. These are all people who can talk to the commission currently, and it's going to set it up as a politicized adversary to the industry on top of the liquor commission and their regulation. One bill provides clear legislative intent to ensure our medical cannabis industry has a path to survival. The other creates a high risk that our medical industry will crumble. One bill allows municipalities in partnership with private owners to determine their location. One bill puts that decision solely up to the commission. End up choosing a location that doesn't work? Too bad. You're not going to have the right to move without approval, even if you're working with an opted-in municipality. One bill understands the size, nature, and layout of the facilities is a consideration for the private owner in the municipality. The other one, the Liquor Commission will basically stipulate what your layout is. One bill embraces the nuance of lands that are both public and private and strikes a balance. If you own land that has incurred use, is that public or private? Well, the other bill doesn't even approach that. One bill slightly increases the penalties for public consumption. We've heard this amendment really ramps it up even more. The amendment also declares the commission shall have the primary responsibility for enforcement of all cannabis laws, including any trafficking. Quote from an article, in the last several years, Chinese-backed marijuana operations have cropped up across the United States, including major drug busts in New Mexico and Maine. In Maine alone, Border Patrol has reportedly identified at least 270 illegal marijuana grow operations throughout the state. I'm very concerned that they might not have the capabilities to handle that. The amendment envisions the commission have a primary responsibility enforcement of all cannabis laws. I saw nothing in the amendment of whether they have to actually notify any jurisdictions they're going into. The amendment also provides that 10% bonus in the private sector. You might hire more people. You might have something that's more goal-based. They're just saying, here's 10% for coming in and working on this. The vision of this amendment really strikes me as something for the wealthy and the connected. All right, if I were setting the stage for something like that, that's probably exactly the bill that I would write. And I would say, you know, there's risk in any industry. There's going to be a consolidation, right? A ramp up of consolidation in an evening. And
Can you finish?
yes, I can. And I would say this as the last thing. Representative McGuire mentioned last week that he who cares the least has the most power. And there's some definite wisdom in that. I would just say that some of us care enough that it's better to see a good bill die than it is to see a bad bill become law. This amendment should never see the light of day out of this committee, and neither should the franchise model. I thank you, and I will answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none. The last person I'll call on it, I believe it's Nathaniel Gurian, New Hampshire Cannabis Party. Did I pronounce your name correctly?
You did. Thank you.
What's that?
Honorable Committee Chair, members of the House Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to share my perspectives on the matter before us. I am currently chair of the New Hampshire Cannabis Party, who endorses candidates for state office who support common sense cannabis legalization. I am also a regular monthly columnist for the Conway Daily Sun, covering the New Hampshire campaign for cannabis legalization, and CEO of FinCan, an industry pioneer since 2015 in the field of cannabis banking payments. that's a lot better, payments, financial services, and related compliance issues. Notwithstanding the dangers of the proposed cannabis franchise model, which I will briefly summarize, the non-germane amendment before us is nothing more than a corrupt and cynical political zombie Trojan horse. It's designed and intended to fail and to blow up in our faces. I am not going to detail here and now why and how this is the case, but for those who are interested in the underlying political motivation of promoting this model to the exclusion of common sense cannabis legalization and who have not yet read my column, Cannabis and Hamburgers, a copy is included in today's handout for your convenience. Be reminded that everyone here and all state reps, senators, executive counselors, liquor commission leadership, state AGs and governor's office, and other stakeholders have not only already received a copy of this column, but have also been officially notified last November of the lack of legal viability and extreme dangers of enacting and implementing this proposed cannabis franchise model. I have also included in today's handout a copy of that email notice, including a list of all its recipients, so no one can claim ignorance as a defense. You'll also find in the package an excerpted copy of a legal white paper authored by Karen O'Keefe, an attorney and director of state policies for the National Cannabis Advocacy Group Marijuana Policy Project, which provides referenced and additional details on the risks of non-implementation due to federal law and of high possible financial costs to New Hampshire due to vulnerability to litigation. Cannabis is currently a federally illegal and prohibited DEA Schedule I controlled substance, and its possession, use, and commerce is considered criminal activity. A criminal enterprise cannot offer franchises of its business model. Claiming not to be directly involved in the business of selling cannabis because one is merely a franchisor is as utterly ridiculous as McDonald's claiming it's not in the business of selling hamburgers because it has franchisees. It is quite possible a court could find that the state franchising cannabis stores must entail a conspiracy to sell cannabis in violation of federal law or aiding and abetting the sale of cannabis. A court could rule an agent setting up a franchise cannot fulfill his obligation under state law and simultaneously heed the federal ban on distributing marijuana, and that the law is thus preempted. If a state worker's job is to sell cannabis, the state would be directing them to commit a federal crime. In 2017, a federal district court in Massachusetts dismissed a RICO case against the defendant bank on grounds that merely providing customary financial services to a state licensee, albeit operating in violation of federal law, did not rise to the level of direction in and control of the enterprise to implicate RICO liability as a co-defendant. This reasoning allows states to regulate cannabis industry operators as a customary government function, so long as they are not substantially involved in the operation and direction of the business itself. However, the franchise model proposed by the Liquor Commission envisions quite the opposite, as they would be enforcing strict standards in almost every aspect of franchisee operations, direction, and practices. Enacting this scheme could easily invite multiple RICO-based private litigations as well as public prosecution. The distinction may seem puzzling, but a state legalizing and regulating conduct is legally different from the state entering into a commercial relationship to commit federal crimes. There are also burdens to being a franchisor. The Commission and the state as franchisor would be subject to federal jurisdiction penalties and investigations. The Federal Trade Commission's franchise rule imposes obligations on franchisors, including a 23-part legal disclosure. The FTC defines a franchise as any continuing commercial relationship or arrangement, whatever the name, in which 3 criteria are satisfied, including the franchisor will exert or has authority to exert a significant degree of control over the franchisee's method of operation or provide significant assistance to the franchisee's method of operation. A franchisor is not always liable for the actions of a franchisee. The plaintiff must prove actual agency or apparent agency, but the level of control and involvement envisioned by the Commission in its franchise model makes it likely that a court could find either type of agency. Even unsuccessful litigation can be a significant financial drain and/or delay program implementation indefinitely. with all of the potential and likely civil and criminal consequences of either a state monopoly or franchise model, while cannabis remains a federally controlled and prohibited substance, bear in mind that enacting the proposed franchise model would subject both the state with its deep pockets as well as the elected leadership and our state employees to having an irresistible target on their backs that will attract potentially endless, meritorious, as well as opportunistic litigation.
Can you finish up?
Okay. I will finish up. In short, states legalizing and regulating cannabis are on solid legal ground, while a state operating a franchise to sell cannabis is on shaky and potentially very dangerous ground. H.R. 1633, as amended by the primary sponsor and as passed by the House Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee and the full House, conforms as much as is legally viable with the Senate and Governor's conditions for approval, and I would urge this committee to both reject the pending McGuire amendment and vote OTP on H.R. 1633 as amended as a sincere first step towards implementing common sense legalization. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the committee? I will read the blue sheet for those that signed in, either pro or con. And it looks like all the people that signed in, well, Michael McLaughlin is con, Celeste Clark from Raymond is con, Cale McGuinn from Raymond is con, Ava Lynn from Raymond is con, and Marissa McGinn from Raymond is con. Those are the people that signed in. We have input online that we'll be looking at. Our committee assistant will be passing out all the copies that people have passed in. I appreciate the input. You've brought some new information to us that we didn't have before that we can use in our discussions of these bills on 1633. They'll be in Division 1 tomorrow at 10. 1 at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock tomorrow across the hall. And thank you all for your input. We're working for the good of you all, and I appreciate all the inputs we've had. I will now close the hearing on the amendment on 1633. Thank you all. Members, we're coming back at 1 o'clock. Anybody want to discuss some of the stuff at 1 o'clock? Some of us will be having lunch in the back room. So then we'll start promptly at 1 o'clock. We've got 10 Finance Committee exec session. We have 10 bills. Have some people missing that I'm trying to accommodate. So what I'll do is take up the bills that were non-controversial first, if the committee will indulge. So we won't have, we'll get through those quickly and know we're done with those. And so that's what I want to do until whoever gone to the Senate can get back on time. So we have everybody here. So first one I have that's at 9-0 is in Division 1, House Bill 1666.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative Leishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 1666, relative to income reporting requirements for lobbyists. And I'd like to recognize Representative Sweeney for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move ought to pass on 1666, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very simple
Who's
bill.
the second?
Thank you.
Got him in my ear.
This bill requires lobbyists to identify clients and income received from lobbying activity. It also authorizes the Secretary of State to enforce lobbyist statement requirements. There's really no true large fiscal impact to this bill. I actually think we as a division spent 2 seconds on it. So it was a pretty straightforward 9-0.
Thank you. Karen, were you the second? Okay. Thank you. Further discussion on Senate Bill 1666, House Bill, House Bill 1666. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll for the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1666.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire. He's not here.
He's not here.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt. He's not here.
He's absent.
Okay. Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tularsky.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
And Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 23-0 in favor of the motion.
Okay, we have adopted the report on House Bill 1666, 23-0. And Representative Sweeney, have you got the report all set? Thank you very much.
It's not on consent.
And it, was there money in this? I suppose we'll put it on the regular calendar then. All right. The next one that's 9-0 is in Division 2, and that's House Bill 1570. I believe we're getting an amendment passed out. And I'll recognize Representative Emmerich to explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would recognize Representative Popovici Muller for a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to make the motion of, are we looking for an amendment motion or we've been passed an amendment?
I think we had to pass the amendment first. Sorry.
So
about
I'd
that.
like to make a motion to adopt amendment 1037H to HB 1570.
Is there a second?
Second. And I can speak to the amendment.
All right, you're recognized.
This bill came to us with a $5 million price tag, in order to go out and take a physical inventory of all the school buildings in the state. We decided maybe we don't want to spend $5 million on this right about now at midterm, because it sounds more like a budget item. So we took the money out, but we wanted to give some ability for the Department of Education to continue to go down this path, because there was a general consensus it's not a bad idea. However, without any money, they really can't do the work, because the idea is to hire a consultant, and we have 33,000 square feet. It's a lot of square feet. And you pay so much per square foot for all these evaluations. So what this amendment does is we decided that the Department of Education should be able to go to fiscal committee and request funds once they have a contract or an RFP out and some replies back, and do it the right way. But they didn't have the ability to go to the fiscal committee. So what the amendment does, Amendment 1037H, it gives the Department of Education the ability to go to fiscal committee and ask for money. That's all it does. So it's not changing the idea that we're not going to fund it. It's changing the idea that they can go get funds as they move down the road. So that's the motion on the amendment.
Any further discussion? Can we do this by show of hands? All in favor of adopting Amendment 1037, raise your hand. Anyone opposed? The motion is adopted. Next motion? OTPA, who will make that?
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make the OTPA motion for HB 1570.
Okay, Papavici, Mueller, and who was
Second.
the second is Emmerich. Further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. Ought to pass as amended by Amendment 1037 on House Bill 1570.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Representative Papavici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt is still not here. Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Evil.
Yes.
Representative Tulersky.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 23-0 in favor of the motion.
Okay, and have you got your blurb almost ready? Okay. Yeah, it was Popovici and
Who's doing the blurb?
Popovici. All right,
Mr. Chairman, this has no money in it.
all right, let's put this in the consent calendar then.
Okay.
All right, the next one that's a 9-0 is in Division 3. Representative
Mr.
Edwards.
Ripple is handing out the amendment now. So Representative Hall, do you have a motion that you want to make on Amendment 1186 to HB 1282, and then we'll discuss it?
Sure. I move that we adopt Amendment 1186H.
Second?
All right, motion and a second to adopt Amendment 1186, we all have it before us, changing the effective date. What did it change it from?
It was in the current fiscal year. We just bounced it out to where this would be incorporated in the next budget cycle.
Okay? Any further discussion? Representative Priest, you have your light on. Did you want to say something? Okay, thank you. All right, I don't see any other lights. Let's have a hand vote on accepting Amendment 1186H. All in favor, raise your hand. Hands down. Any opposed? The motion is adopted. Next motion.
Representative Hull.
Representative Hull. And the second
Second.
is Representative Edwards. Okay. The motion before us is for House Bill 1282 relative to the duration of child support. The motion is ought to pass as amended by Amendment 1186, Amendment 1186H. Further discussion?
Yes, may I, sir?
Sir,
This bill was pretty non-controversial. This came out of the committee, the policy committee, 13-0, and passed easily in the House. It closes a loophole in cases where a child turns 18 while in school, but then does not graduate. So this would allow their Social Security benefits to be managed in a way that's consistent with the duration of the child support and close the loophole. This was recommended for passage 9-0 by Division 3.
thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass as amended, House Bill 1282, as amended by Amendment 1186H. If there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll on that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Urf.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt. Still not here. Son of a.
Yes.
That was gun. That was not. That was bad. Representative Heath.
Yes.
And she jumped the gun on me. Son of a gun. Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tolarski.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 23-0 in favor of the motion.
Okay, 23-0. What's that? And Representative Hall, do you have a report ready?
We'll get one.
Okay, before we leave today.
Does that have money?
Can this go on consent? There's no money spent in this budget. But it's in the,
But it goes forward to the next, someone could argue that, yes, it spends money, but not now.
right. Okay.
So probably regular calendar to avoid any,
Okay.
We could probably just do a
Second guess.
PI on that, a single PI.
yep.
All right. So that's that.
So, and committee members, the likely effect of what's been going on by the speaker and the clerk is that probably all the finance bills will end up maybe on April 11th, like 41 bills. So,
Punishment.
the procedure I'd like to follow is like what they were doing with election law. Just having PIs. And of course, these bills we're doing now that are non-controversial, they may not even have discussions. If they come 23-0 or 25-0 on a recommendation, I expect the speaker will just say, all in favor, say aye. So, question?
I just wondered if that
I understand that you want to do just PIs, but on some of these more complex bills, don't you think that we should have more discussion with the full House?
If I can't get PIs on all of them, then it'll be what it'll be. But I think the whole House would appreciate it if there's 41 bills from finance that we do something to expedite them. So I'll try to, anyone that wants to do something more extensive, please let me know. So I'll at least give the clerk and the speaker some warning that some of them are going to take a little longer, but I'm hopeful the majority of them can be quick when we have that many bills of people who say, oh, you people from finance, you like education. We don't want that reputation. So
So to give you a heads up, sir, I expect 1573 is going to require a debate.
I expect you're right. And some of those, I know we can't avoid it, but if we can expedite a pretty good portion of our input, that the rest of the members of the House will be grateful. So that's my hope, as well as us. We don't want to be there till 10 o'clock at night either. But if all our bills end up in a calendar with dozens of others, but the reason for that is most of the second committee bills have a longer deadline. So they're liable to be a lot at the end, and we may be in with a bunch of others. So just a warning, I want to hope we can accomplish. So hope for your cooperation. Thank you. All right, the next one, I think we've got the 3 that we had 9-0, and Division 3, you have any, you have
1564.
1564 was 5-1. All right, I guess that was not well attended, but all right, 1564, it's on the back of the page in Division 3.
So Representative Mooney, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move ought to pass on House Bill 1564, and I can speak to that motion.
I'll second.
All right, and you are recognized.
Thank you very much. House Bill 1564 came out unanimously out of the Children and Family Law Committee and then further out of the full House. The bill is a long time in coming. Adjustments to the child support guidelines were in need, and the sponsors of the bill spent an entire summer meeting with statewide interested vested parties, to those that know child support guidelines best, those from the legal community, those from the legislature, those from legal assistants, those who are parents. And so as a result of that, this bill was sponsored. And so seeing as though it is so well researched and seeing as though it is so local, you'll hear about a competing bill later on today, but it is so local to the state, I would recommend an ought to pass.
Further discussion?
It's a little related. My comment on this is that 1564 was so well accepted that we passed it pretty quickly. And then what we did was there was a second bill that was very similar to it, 1595, and I won't speak to that other than to say that a small amount of money gets spent in 1564. That same amount got repeated in 1595, but if we pass both bills, we only need one slice of the money, and I think that was what, $105,000 or something. So it's pretty de minimis. So I support 1564, and just want you to have a heads up that 1595 is pretty tightly related.
Okay, and I see Tulersky and Priest made the motions in the committee. Do either of you want to have anything further to say? Thank you. All right. Any further discussion? Motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1564 relative to child support guidelines. There's no further discussion. The clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Arif.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
No.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt is still not here. Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Solorsky.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 22-1 in favor of the motion.
Okay, being 22-1, the motion of ought to pass is adopted, and we'll be looking for that report from Representative Mooney, who's probably got it written already. And I guess this spends money, so it'll be in regular calendar. Okay.
So if you're looking for input,
Yes.
I think 1593 would be doable in this circumstance.
Okay, and is this Priest and Telersky that are going to do the motion and the second?
I'll do the motion to auto pass.
Okay, Stringham,
There's an amendment here, isn't there?
There was Finance Amendment 1161, not a new one.
Yeah.
You said 1593, right?
yeah, 1593.
This is the Stringham Edwards bill. So there's an amendment.
Oh, there's a new amendment. Okay, this amendment. Shouldn't be.
That's, well, you don't have 1593? Thank you.
Definitely 1570.
I know, but that's also before us, but 1593 is the one we have the motion on now. You don't have the folder?
95. 88, 12, 49.
What do you got here? Ones you done? Okay, we got one member back. Does anyone know where Representative Hewitt is? He went home? Okay.
We can hang on to that until he finds a folder.
I got 73.
We don't want 1573.
Okay. That happens.
Let's see if she's got it. Okay. The bill before us now will be House Bill 1593, making appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Services to support recreational activities for individuals with development disabilities. Representative Stringham has moved on to pass. Is there a second? Representative Heath is a second. And there is an amendment before us.
Who's second?
All right.
Who's second?
We'll put down, Representative Heath, will you second the amendment as well? Thank you. All right, Amendment 1161 on House Bill 1593. Does everyone have it? 1161. All right, Representative Stringham, would you like to make some explanation on the amendment?
Yes, this amendment was presented before Finance 3 and part of the bill that we passed. Basically, the original bill passed 17-3 in Health and Human Services and on a voice vote on the floor. In testimony before Finance 3, we changed the eligibility to just being adults who are under the disability waiver, feeling that that children had other opportunities for community recreational program. The amendment also requires the Department of Health and Human Services to produce a timely report so that adjustments to the developmentally disabled program could be included with the next biennium. Other than that, the base part of the bill stays the same.
Okay. Representative Edwards.
Thank you, sir. This bill passed OTPA out of the Division 3, 6-3 rather. And since I was one of the nays, I've reconsidered my vote. And so if we were to revote in Division 3, it would have been 7-2, I think. I support the the Stringham amendment limiting this to the adult DD community.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of adopting, and what was the change to 1161? What was the effect of that? Just the change of the population who is served?
Yes, and the report.
And the report, okay. Any further questions on the amendment? Amendment is moved by Representative Stringham, seconded by Representative Heath. Can we do a show of hands? All in favor? Hands down. Any opposed? The motion is adopted. The next, that amendment is adopted. The next motion is ought to pass on House Bill 1593 as amended by Amendment 1161H. Further discussion?
I can just speak briefly. This bill was necessitated by a disruption to the developmental services program, and it was caused by an unannounced change in the list of eligible services during this budget cycle. Individuals previously receiving services like bowling, swimming, and karate and other activities that promote socialization with the general public and help advance health and safety goals are no longer part of the Developmental Disability Medicaid Waiver Program. So in essence, these people with the developmental disability services have had one element to their support kind of taken out in the middle of this budget cycle or after July 1st. So this bill provides a maximum of $600 per person through the end of the budget cycle, prioritizing those who participated in these programs under a prior individualized service budget, and it would be effective upon passage. The program still has an income and medical necessity means test for any participant. The appropriation is $500,000, but there are comparable savings in the budget under the developmental disability waiver. Normally, these people would have received these services for the full 2 years. We would have paid half of it out of the general fund. Now we're talking about 1 year and paying for all of it out of the general fund. So this is a one-time fix. It goes away after the end of this biennium cycle. The items discussed in the amendment is to help us, rebuild the support stool for the developmentally disabled, and find out exactly how these services are being used, what's being requested, and making appropriate changes in the program. So this change, instead of being chaos, is something a little more smooth for these people. So I ask for your vote to ought to pass on this.
Okay, the motion is ought to pass as amended by Representative Stringham, seconded by Representative Heath. Question from Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What makes this a one-time expense and not ongoing? Won't the same thing come up next year?
This appropriation is at the end of, it ends, and any unspent funds go away at the end of the biennium. And there's no provision for continuing these recreational services for these individuals after the end of this biennium.
Follow up?
Further question?
So, but I meant the need. You're going to think that next time we'll need the same thing again, yes? Or no?
Well, that part of the reason why we're doing a report is to find out exactly what services are being requested, how they're being used, and to contemplate whether some of them can be refashioned in a way that puts them back into the developmental disability program, or whether we need to find something else. And work closely with the Department of Health and Human Services and the disability community to ferret that out. But I don't think a long-term solution that involves us paying all of these services under the general fund is what we're looking to do.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. Ought to pass as amended, House Bill 1593, as amended by Amendment 1161H.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Erf.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
No.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Waller.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Hewitt. Still not here. Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tulersky.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 23-1 in favor of the motion.
Thank you. We'll put it on the regular calendar. All right. I guess we have all the members now accounted for,
I appreciate you waiting for me.
and Representative Stringham's got going to have the report ready shortly. Thank you. All right, moving now back to Division 1 and recognizing Representative Leishman for House Bill 1178.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1178, relative to an employee's unused earned time. I'd like to recognize Representative McGuire, who also has an amendment to offer.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move Amendment 1326H, which is on your table. And this is identical to the amendment we voted on in committee. It's just that Amendment 1047H was actually written by Representative Infantine and had his name on the top. So this is me doing the same thing I was doing this morning, putting my name on somebody else's work. Something I never did in school, but anyway.
Second.
Yeah, thank you. So so this is the amendment that Representative Infantine, who's the chair of the Labor Committee, wanted to put before the House when this bill first came up, but OLS for some reason neglected to draft it for him, and so it didn't happen. So what it does is it changes the circumstances under which
someone's earned time would get paid to them. Two, just the circumstances of when the company he leaves employment when the company closes or changes ownership. So what Representative Infantine's concerned about is that the way the bill was originally written, it could override union contracts and other, labor agreements that where this particular issue is already in those agreements. And so by doing this, it's reducing the scope to cases where essentially the company's going out of business or being sold. So therefore, such agreements would not would not apply. And in particular, Representative Infantine also said that the other version of the bill, the one that passed the House, has gone further in the process and just been stopped dead every time. So this is not the first time this has come up. This has come up years and years and years. So he thinks that with this amendment, this will get approval and become law, but without it, it won't. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Hole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question from someone on the committee. Some employers are moving to new vacation time off models from the traditional paid holidays, paid time off, to something called flex time off, I guess, where it's not as rigid and accounted for. How is that taken care of in this amendment?
So you'll see, thank you for the question, but you'll see that the written policy, so line 15, paid time off per the employer's written policy. So this allows the employer to actually have a policy that addresses this. So I think that's where that would
Thank you.
come into play.
Representative Edwards.
This is just a technical clarification, sir. The document that we're using as a table of contents lists amendment number 1047H, and the amendment I have in front of me is 1326. I just want to make sure I know which one I'm voting on.
Yes, thank you. So they're identical, except that at the top of 1047H it says Representative Infantine. At the top of this it says Representative McGuire, and that's because technically we cannot pass an Infantine amendment, so that's why it's there.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on Representative Grassi?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this amendment does is it pretty much guts the bill. This bill dealt with employees. The bill deals with companies that have 15 or more employees, and it changes to 20 or more employees. At 15 or more employees, that exempts 84% of the businesses in the state of New Hampshire. So, going to 20 employees, how many more businesses it's affecting, I'm not sure. But the thing is that we're basically saying that we're going to provide protections for fewer workers. And the most important thing that this does is it takes out one incident where an employee is separated from their employer, and that's being laid off. And I can tell you from personal experience that when a company lays you off, they may or may not have the intent to rehire you. But if you accrue your time by the personnel policy in January, on January 1st, you accrue your time. And if the layoff occurs, as it did during COVID, on March 15th, and somebody took all their vacation, an employee in the company took all their vacation time in February, and when March 15th hits, the employees who hadn't taken their vacation time lose that vacation time. Unless the company comes back in, reopens very quickly, and the owner of the company is willing to protect the benefits of that employees, they would lose their accrued time. And I think that this really is something that affects more working people than it does executives or people that work in high tech where they have flex time. This affects people who are at the lower end of the pay scale. And to basically take time that they have worked for, and sometimes for years, and to say that's not important and we're not going to protect you, is irresponsible. If we're going to help anybody, our job should be able to help those who struggle the hardest, and this is a bill that does protect them. And the amendment does not do that because it takes that provision where you've been laid off, and it takes that right out. And I think there's, if the business closes or changes hands, that's good. If you're laid off or if you leave on your own accord and you, in favorable terms in the employer, you will many times get your accrued vacation. But if you're laid off, which is no fault of your own, you can lose that time. And this would provide protection for it. I have an amendment which takes care of some of the issues and caps the amount of time that you can carry that would be carried to 30 days. We felt that this was an amendment that would protect most people who work. Most average laborers don't get more than 30 days vacation in a year, so they'd have to work there an awful long time to get that. So we felt that another amendment is more appropriate, whereas this amendment really takes away this benefit to a large number of employees who work very hard for the time that they accrue.
Was there any discussion with the Department of Labor when we were dealing with this bill? I recall some time ago testimony by the Department of Labor saying that when a business went out of business, they were the first ones there to seize assets to ensure that the employees got their last paycheck.
That was from when businesses go out of business, but when layoffs happen, that doesn't happen. I can tell you that I know a business that they laid off their employees. It took a number of years before they brought everybody back. Everybody came back as a new employee. So everybody lost their benefits, lost all their vacation time and everything, and the company did not make that up. You had a choice. You either went back to work for the company or you didn't go back to work for the company. Some people went back to work for them. Some people had found other jobs and didn't go back to work for them. But the thing is, when you accrue time, and particularly if you've had in 5 or 10 years and you lose it, that's the tough. And the thing is that they're saying, well, yeah, you can go to the Department of Labor and you can complain. But if you expect to get rehired when the layoff ends and you filed a labor grievance against that company, you guys got moved to the bottom of that list. You're not going to get rehired because you filed a grievance against them. So, saying that there is an opportunity, most employees, if they liked their job, are not going to file a grievance. They're basically going to say, I hope the company honors that commitment they made to me. And when they bring me back, they'll give me my vacation time and I'll be happy with that. But that doesn't happen, and this law would protect that.
Well, I wonder if it overlaps what the Department of Labor is already doing, and we didn't have any testimony from them, did we? Representative Hull?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the case of the employer wanting to make sure that employee comes back because they're a valuable employee, I think if they went ahead and cut their time and did not allocate it back to them in some form of a paycheck, right, you would disincentivize that person from returning or being a productive person long-term for the company. And in many cases would encourage them by that type of act to move elsewhere to another company. So for the employees that are valuable to the companies, I think this is a non-issue.
Further discussion? The motion before us is ought to pass as amended by.
Still voting on the amendment. Need hands on the amendment.
Yeah.
Mayor, vote on the amendment.
Amendment 1326H on House Bill 1176. Any objection to a hand count? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. 1, 2. Is it 12? All right. Hands down. Opposed? $11. 12 to 11, the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is by Representative McGuire, seconded by Representative Sweeney.
There's 24 people here. Yeah, we're missing one.
Wait a minute, all right,
Missing one.
maybe I didn't count myself.
13.
I didn't look at my own hand.
So it's 13.
All right, 13 to 11. Thank you very much for helping me with numbers. That's what we're here for. All right. So the motion before us ought to pass with Amendment 11 for House Bill 1178 as amended by Amendment 1326H. The motion by Representative McGuire, seconded by Representative Sweeney. Clerk will call the roll on that motion of ought to pass as amended. What do you need?
I was gonna ask a question.
All right, further discussion?
Does this amendment impact the financial note at all?
I think the answer is no, because it's really about the finance. So there was a little bit of vague stuff about because municipalities might have labor agreements, therefore they might be slightly affected, you know, that kind of thing. But because somebody might lay off somebody, right? But essentially, no. I mean, essentially, this is more about what's going out in commerce than it is in. But it definitely takes any government, because it's strictly about going out of business, right? It takes any kind of government thing out of the picture.
Thank you.
Mr. Hoffman, is there any fiscal note on this?
There's no fiscal note on the amendment yet. However, what Representative McGuire is true. First of all, the state isn't subject to the provisions of this bill, so it won't impact the state. The other bill did impact the university system, but again, because now this is going out of business, I don't think they'll have an impact. So there shouldn't be an impact on this bill.
So there is no money in the bill, so we could go to, it wouldn't have a vote. We'd have to have a better vote to go to consent calendar anyway. All right, disregard. Thank you. All right, if there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1178 as amended by Amendment 1326H, motion by McGuire, seconded by Sweeney. Clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Urf.
No.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrose.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
No.
Sure. Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leishman.
No.
Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative no, I caught myself. Representative Heath.
No. No, that's a no.
Gotcha. Thank you. Representative Murray.
Oh, sorry, no.
Good job. Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Tulersky.
No.
Representative Haken Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Grassi.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
And Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, this vote is 11 to 13, and the motion is defeated.
Motion is defeated. Is there another motion? Representative Grassi is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to place in for consideration Amendment 1047H, which you're getting copies made right now. I only made a couple of copies. I didn't expect to get this far, but thank you for what. This takes care of this amendment that I have, which you'll be receiving shortly here. Takes care of the university system's concern. It keeps it for more than, for 15 employees, and which I stated that argument previously. And it also limits, it caps the number of days that can be carried for unused pay, accrued unused pay to 30 days. So for most workers, this will provide them with the protection they need to be able to make sure that they get paid, and for the hours that they've accrued, that they've worked years for. And I appreciate your support for this. I hope that we can get this passed and get this to the floor with an ought to pass motion for something for the average working people.
Does
Thank
it have
you.
a fiscal note?
It takes care of the university systems issue, so from what I understand, it doesn't impact the state at all. So the university system said that the amendment has a section in here which addresses their concerns.
So this has no money in it?
For the state, correct.
Okay, thank you.
And the
Further
correct number is
discussion.
1256H, Mr. Chairman.
The motion, you said 1047, the one we got was 1256. Is that check with you, Representative?
I'm sorry, I did have the wrong number because I was holding the wrong piece of paper. It's 1256H.
Okay. 56H. Further discussion on the proposed amendment?
I have a question.
Representative Holm?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you are capping this at the 30 days, right, in lines 7 and 8. Would you be amenable to a smaller cap than that? Most people don't accrue 5 weeks of vacation or 6 weeks of vacation a year that we're talking about. It's more in the 2 to 4 range in terms of weeks of vacation. Because most employers count some of the holidays toward their vacation time when they start accruing it 6 weeks. So this would allow people to accrue more than a year's vacation the way it's drafted right now.
I'm not sure I understand the question exactly, but no, I think 30 days is an adequate one, because if you work for a company for more than 10 years, there's a chance that you could get that type of vacation. And I've had experiences twice where I got to the 5 weeks of vacation and my employment ended. So, that's, we figured this will cover most people who work, and they may have held over days from a previous year for a vacation, whatever, and this would provide that protection for them. Most companies, they cap, the companies in their personnel policies for most laborers do cap it that you can't carry more than 30 days at any one time of accrued time.
I have a technical.
Representative Edwards?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a technical question because I'm still learning. This amendment is sponsored by Grassi and Cahill is on the Labor Department, and so, or Labor Committee, and I'm just curious how this rule works where the bills need, or the amendments need to be sponsored by a committee member. Is having Cahill from a different committee acceptable on this amendment because we have a finance guy on it?
You want to say that?
We learned this morning from the clerk that that's not true. Apparently, amendments can have any state rep's name on them. And if there's any other, you didn't show up, so you can't back me up.
All right.
You were there, weren't you?
Do you confirm? Okay, very good. All right, so it's acceptable to have Representative Cahill on there. But is there anybody on the committee that would like to second for purposes of today's? All right, so it's hang on. It's Grassi and Abel on this amendment that will be before us. Question over here?
No, he was just. I was going to say.
Oh, thank you. We've got a second, so. All right. Where does it show that the UNH is out of this?
There was one, it doesn't specifically do it, but it was one of the issues that they had dealing with the types of watered to an employee as described in ISA 275-43. This is something that they had a concern with, and that's what was put in. I'd have to compare it exactly from the original bill, and I could tell you exactly where that was. But they did recommend that change, and we put it in the bill. So
when we define an employer as RSA 275-35, it does not include the UNH.
yeah, they actually have better benefits than
So you
what
have a
this
separate
protects.
law.
So they've been exempted.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. All right. Now we have before us the amendment 1256 on House Bill 1178.
I have another question.
Question from Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Weiler, or Representative Weiler. So maybe Representative Grassi, you can answer this. This was alluded to earlier, that the definitions of time off, the naming of time off is changing, and increasingly something like slack time is being used, and in some companies, sick leave is no longer an item. It's just buried within all the available hours that a person can take off. And so that's not a bad policy, but I'm just curious if on line 8, where we talk about not sick days, that we wouldn't count sick days, if we're creating an ambiguous situation for those employers that don't account for sick days specifically or precisely, and instead bundle them into slack days or whatever.
Again, as I said before, if you've taken a look at most of that kind of flex time, vacation time periods, or something you find more in high-tech businesses. It's very rare that you find it in other businesses. But when you do find it in other businesses, and virtually every study recently has proven this out, that people actually get less vacation time than they would if they worked under a traditional system. This is something that is for those people who are hard workers, who work at their job year after year, and it's just to protect that time that they've accrued. A lot of companies do not give you any vacation in your first year. You may have some sick days, but you don't get any vacation time. And you have to prove your sick time that you use. And what you're looking at here is a situation where when they get to that first year, after that first year of employment, and particularly if the company says your vacation accrues on January 1st, they get to that point on January 1st and they get their accrued time. If a company is using flex time, the way they pay it out, the way they use it is in their personnel policy. But I will tell you, studies have shown, as I've said, people do not get as many vacation days under flex time than they do under regular time. And it's proving out that people are just working more hours and it's burning people out. And the tech industry is one that proves that you burn people out in that business. But this is more for people who work traditional jobs and earn that time by working hard. And it was said that, well, if you want to get that employee to come back, you're going to pay this kind of stuff out to them. Well, that's not the case. I know a situation where probably 90% of the people came back to work and they all lost their vacation time.
Thank you for that. I wasn't debating the benefit or value of it. I was asking about the technical application given the definitions and the use of specific words. And so I don't know that we know, but we can vote on this anyways.
Well, it obviously exempts sick time.
Correct.
So that's the question you asked. And I guess that's the answer, but no sick time. Representative Popovici Muller.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add a bit more information here. I've heard the assertion that this is more a thing for high-tech industries and highly paid people. Since I've been working for the town of Windham, I would like to briefly quote from their personnel policy that's available on their website. Article 13, earned time. Earned time is an alternative approach to the traditional manner of covering absence for vacation, personal leave days, and sick leave. Instead of dividing benefits into a specific number of days for each benefit, earned time puts these days together into a single benefit. I'm not going to quote the rest of the policy because it's about 6 pages long, but I want to assure you that the town of Windham is a very low-tech employer. Okay, and this is a significant concern because when we start legislating what was happening 5 years ago and we do not recognize these changes, we can create, I have no idea how the town of Windham, where they covered by this, would be able to apply this, because they specifically say we do not split this. So how do I know which portion of this earned time is covered by this law, by this proposed amendment, and which is not? So I just wanted to bring this to your attention. I don't have a solution, but I'm aware of this issue. Thank
We
you.
might have to look up what RSA 275-35-A defines as an employer, and since it exempts UNH, it might even exempt municipal or county. But does anyone know that's looked at that? Representative Grassi, do you know what all the language is on 35?
I'm assuming that the municipal employees are covered under the same statute that state employees would be covered in, they'd be exempt. I mean, maybe our staff can assist us in that.
I don't think they fall under that same exemption. However,
Okay.
when they did receive a request for the original fiscal note that wouldn't be too far off from this fiscal note, they said there would be no impact to them based on how their own personnel rules are written.
No impact on municipalities and so on. Thank you for looking that up. Appreciate it. Because obviously that was a question in Representative Popovici Miller's mind, so. All right. We have amendment before us, and I guess we've changed it now to it's a motion by Representative Grassi, seconded by Representative Abel, to adopt Amendment 1256H. Is a show of hands sufficient? All right, all in favor, raise your hands. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I see 14. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I didn't count myself, but it passed.
What was the count?
14 to 11.
Oh, wait a minute, it can't be. 10.
10, 14 to 10. Thank you.
Move vote ought to pass as amended.
Thought I did.
So it's 13.
Was it 13 to 11? Either way. Yes, I wrote down 13 to 11. How did I know that? I don't know. All right. Any further discussion? The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1178. Amendment is 1256. The motion is by Representative Grassi, seconded by Representative Abel. Further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on ought to pass as amended by 1256.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
No.
Representative McGuire.
No.
Representative Petrie votes no. Representative Emmerich.
No.
Representative Griffin.
No.
Representative Mooney.
No.
Representative Edwards.
No.
Representative Bean.
No.
Representative Hole.
No.
Representative Sweeney.
No.
Representative Campbells.
No.
Representative Popovici Muller.
No.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Tolarski.
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
No.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 11 to 13, and the motion fails.
All right, motion fails 11 to 13. Is there another motion? Representative Hole.
I move interim study.
All right, motion is now before us, interim study. Further discussion? Who's the second on the interim study? Is there a second from any committee member? Representative Stringham is the second.
That's Stringham.
Hole and Stringham for interim study. Further discussion on the motion of interim study. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion of interim study for House Bill 1178.
Come on. You fool me.
You got enough
I do,
sheets?
I do. I just gotta get to them. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Sorry about that. McGuire, Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leishman.
No.
Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Tulorsky.
No.
Representative Hicken Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Grassi.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 13 to 11 in favor of the motion of interim study.
All right, interim study, 13 to 11. Moving on to
There'll be a minority report on that, Mr. Chairman.
minority report. Who will be writing it? Representative Grassi. Thank you. And the majority report is Representative Hole again. Okay.
1 second. Representative Grassi, will it be OTPA with your?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, House Bill 1649, Representative Leishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So House Bill 1649, relative to prohibiting certain products with intentionally added PFAS. I'd like to recognize Representative Ebel, who will speak to the bill, and she has an amendment, I believe.
Thank you very much, Chair Leishman. I move ought to pass on HB 1649, and I do have an amendment to offer.
And is your amendment 1086?
It is.
Thank you.
Second.
Who was the second? Representative Murray.
Thank you.
Mooney.
Mooney.
Well, forget,
sorry.
she hasn't been here
To
for.
both of you.
Oh, yeah.
The amendment that I'm referring to, once again, is 1086H. It's somewhat difficult to talk about the amendment, I guess, if I don't talk about the bill itself first, but this bill is a bill that would ban the sale of products that have PFAS intentionally added to them, and the ban is to take effect in the bill in July of 2028, but through the process in Commerce, we did refine the bill. We removed certain provisions that would make it more challenging for manufacturers to comply with, and so it was felt in the division that moving the ban effective date up to January 1st, 2027 was a good idea, and the amendment was adopted either 8-1 or 7-2 within the division.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you. So I'm going to vote against this because I'm against the bill as a whole, which I'll talk about when we get to it. But this is moving the effective date up 18 months essentially. And so I'm against doing it at all, and even more, also against doing it sooner. So
Further discussion? Representative Erf.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
The amendment ends with a colon relating to the products that, a list basically is expected there.
Yes, so,
Where's the
I mean,
list?
this is the difficulty of talking about the amendment before we actually talk about the bill. So in the bill,
I have the bill.
yes, in the bill as it was passed by the House, if you look on page 4, line 36, you'll see the product list.
Thank you very much.
Personally, I have stated that I was in strong support of the Merrimack testing, and I think that that will be the first instance of human testing to try to discover the effect of PFAS. What I think the Department of Environmental Security has set is unreasonable. They can't show me any real backup data other than rodents. That 12 parts per trillion is such a ridiculously low thing that 10 years ago, we couldn't have measured that small an amount. And the Merrimack testing going forward will finally give us some human testing. And I hope that a lot of people get tested. And I think probably any one of us has more than 12 parts per trillion in our body. And I wish that they would come out and do testing. And I would be happy to volunteer to be tested for PFAS and see how much effect it has had on me. And I'm in good health. So I'm opposed to banning things before we have real data from humans. And this is going to be a very expensive, especially if we get away with DES going to 12 parts per trillion on every water system in the state without real data. So I can see why there's a push to do this because of what's happened in Merrimack, but to my mind, it's incomplete at this point. Thank you. Anybody else? Representative Griffin.
I've kind of come full circle. I was impressed with how much work Representative Evil had done on this bill. And I know she spent hours and hours and consulted with a lot of people. But I'm still afraid, you know, there's some other states that have bills, and this bill is, you know, it's setting the trail, kind of blazing the trail. We're ahead of the federal government, which usually is not the case. And I think I've come full circle on it, so I don't think I'm going to support it. I was more in support in committee originally, but the more I've thought about it and looked at the situation, I'm just afraid that we're doing it with insufficient knowledge to know what we're doing.
Representative Ebel.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I was going to wait to talk about the more substantive parts of the bill until we had voted on the amendment, but I feel like we're talking about the substantive parts at this point, so I'd like to have an opportunity to talk about the bill itself. First of all, I just would like to say that St. Gobain was the first instance in which the people in Merrimack and many of the area towns experienced PFAS and PFAS contamination. We all know about the terrible effects of that, and the state is already spending upwards of $100 million in remediation costs, and the state actually is in the middle of a huge lawsuit to recoup the damages for that. And in the complaint itself, it lists all the problems with PFAS that we've come to know about. So St. Gobain was number one. We now have a ticking time bomb in the fact that many of our products, I mean, practically everything you look at has PFAS in it. This bill was well discussed and reviewed in Commerce. We had a very full hearing on it, and we had 2 lengthy work sessions, and we discussed in great detail the policy itself, the products, certain exclusions which I worked out, and many other aspects of the bill. Commerce did vote 16-3 in favor of ought to pass as amended, and they were enthusiastic about the prospect of this bill. There was no debate on the floor whatsoever, and the bill passed on a voice vote. I heard very few stray voices. I won't say it was unanimous, but there was virtually no disagreement on the bill. In the division, it was recommended for passage 5-4. I brought the bill as the chair of the state's solid waste working group, which is a broad stakeholder group that includes industry people, advocates, municipalities. It's a very broad group, and it was brought forward in support of the state's solid waste management plan in an effort to reduce toxicity in the waste stream. The toxicity comes from the products that goes into us, it goes into landfills, landfill leachate, it's in wastewater treatment plants, drinking utilities, or drinking water, groundwater. And so when I put forth the bill, it was astonishing the broad support that the bill had, and I think only something like PFAS could bring together landfill operators, clean water advocates, wastewater treatment plant operators, drinking utilities, the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and the Public Health Association, as well as epidemiologists. This bill I carefully crafted and discussed with the Commerce Committee. The items that are included for banning are also being banned in other states, quite a few of them. And the deadline of 2027 actually is 2 years after 2025, when all of the other bans are going into effect. The items proposed are carpets or rugs, which bear huge PFAS load into our landfills, and it's also where our children crawl around. Cosmetics directly applied to our faces. There's a lot of exposure there. Textile treatments is fabric treatments, the things that you put on your carpets, and I'm sorry if this is banned, your spaghetti stain might not come off as easily. Feminine hygiene products, food packaging, which obviously, to the extent that it has PFAS, we're ingesting it. Juvenile products, and I'd like to really put in a plug for this. These are products that are sold for children that are 12 years old and under. I don't know about you, but I don't necessarily want my grandchild sleeping on a mattress with PFAS or wearing diapers with them. And it's a real concern. Personal protective equipment, our professional firefighters were staunch supporters of this bill. Upholstered furniture, again, I've mentioned the spaghetti problem. And then textile furnishings are things like your drapes, so you're inside and you're breathing the PFAS. That's how that list was developed. It was taking into consideration direct exposure and also PFAS load in our landfills. I want to just quickly bring to your attention a Minnesota study which said that PFAS can be bought for $50 to $1,000 per pound, but cost between $2.7 and $18 million per pound to remove and destroy from municipal wastewater. I'd just like to mention, we're all very familiar in this committee, the amount of money that has been spent on upgrading wastewater treatment plants. I can tell you that there are federal regulations being considered where testing will have to be done for wastewater being released into surface water and groundwater for PFAS. That does not happen now, and I shudder to think the amount of money it's going to cost for wastewater treatment upgrades. We already know that our drinking water utilities are staggering under the costs of doing that. So whether you agree that the testing limits are too low or not, those costs exist. As far as finances, this has one employee at DES to oversee the program and get it going. It is time capped so it doesn't keep going, so we can reassess if we need that position to keep going at the request of the Chair of Commerce. That is in there. And then there's an appropriation of $250,000 to get the program going. We'll be participating in multi-state clearinghouses, which streamline the process for manufacturers. So when you go through all those things, and you think about the unbelievable burden that the state of New Hampshire is already struggling with, and our people are facing healthcare concerns and extreme costs, it makes every bit of sense not to keep using PFAS in our products, but to stop the problem at the source. And this is our opportunity, and I think our state should be really proud to step forward, considering what it's already been through from these chemicals. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure when you would like to vote on the amendment, but I thought, considering that everything else was being discussed, I should talk about the bill substantively. So
Very
thank
effective.
you.
Thank you for all your research.
You're welcome.
Did firefighting foam get removed?
So I'm happy to talk about this all day, as anybody knows, but actually, in the order of bans, firefighting foam was, the PFAS in firefighting foam was banned by New Hampshire in 2020, and if you look at my graph, we were actually the first state to do that. And the definition that is in this bill is the same definition, and the firefighters are really excited that we're going to go forward. Well, with any luck here, we're going to go forward to ban additional products. And I just want to reemphasize that this is a business, public health, clean water advocacy supported bill, bringing together groups that you might not see again anytime soon.
Thank you for your thoroughness.
Sure.
All right, we have before us, is there any further discussion on the amendment? That's the first item we have before us. Seeing none. All right, the amendment before us is 1086H. Anybody object to show of hands? All in favor of the amendment 1086H, please raise your hands. $13. Any opposed? All right, I didn't vote. 13-7. The amendment is adopted.
And we got 24 people.
Where the hell did you count?
Who else didn't vote?
13-11.
13-11. Okay. All right. So now the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 1649 as amended by Amendment 1086. Is there any further discussion on that motion of ought to pass as amended? Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I, along with 7 other representatives in this House, represent the town of Merrimack. In 2016, Merrimack became the ground floor of the biggest environmental disaster in the state's history.
I agree.
St. Gobain Performance Plastics, which is closing very soon, spread PFAS to our air, our soil, our water. To this day, I have constituents on bottled water. Say that again. bottled water. That's for bathing, cooking, and drinking. I want to remind this committee that as part of the budget last year, we included a phase 3 of a feasibility report for health at a cost of about $500,000. Now, phase 3 has only been granted or needed 2 times in 10 years. Why? Because of the severity of concentrated cancer cases in my town. We have spent hundreds of millions of dollars already on this scenario, but I want to talk about the hundreds of thousands of hours we have spent as a community on commissions with the Department of Environmental Services, with the Department of Health and Human Services, litigation, negotiation, town council, private, behind closed doors. And really, the conclusion is all the same. The only way to stop it is to prohibit it. And this bill starts that prohibition. So for that reason, I will be voting yes on this bill, and I encourage all to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further discussion, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a handout that kind of, I want to illustrate what it is we're doing with this bill. So the bill does not just ban, the definition of PFAS in the bill is not just the chemical that was in Merrimack. It's 15,000 chemical combinations, right, that are all quite useful to industry, right? So, and we're not talking, and the number of products involved in the ban it must be in the hundreds of thousands that are affected. So this is the front page of Wikipedia on PTFE, which is the technical term for Teflon. So what the bill defines as PFAS is fully fluorinated carbon. So if you look at the chemical formula here for PTFE, it's a carbon atom with 2 fluorine atoms attached to it, and it's in this long string. It's attached to other carbon atoms. So what the bill bans is any item that has a chemical formula with one of these such carbon atoms, right? So if somewhere in the chemical formula of the item there is a carbon atom and 2 fluorine atoms attached to it, this bill, and it's on the list of items being banned, this bill bans it. That's what we define as PFAS here. So it's not just whatever was in Merrimack, right, which was something I believe was a precursor to PTFE, but it's like anything. And that that particular definition, if you go to the back page, this is just a section of things that include such chemicals, right? So lubricants, kitchenware. So Teflon itself is not banned by this bill, as far as I can tell, even though it touches food and all that sort of stuff. The soles, the plates on irons, not banned by this bill, but things that are fabric-related things. So the bill bans any textile that has PFAS in it by that definition. So that as far as I know, is Gore-Tex. And it also bans any kind of stain-resistant stuff, stain-resistant carpet, Scotchgard, all that kind of stuff, right? But you see all these uses, medical uses. This is often used on catheters, for example, sports and medical stuff, pyrotechnics, et cetera, et cetera. So this is anything that has 15,000 useful compounds. This is a big deal. This is not, you know, some little something that we can just say, take that thing off the market, right? This is in all kinds of things, and it's very useful because it's so stable, right? They call this the forever chemical, but it's so stable because it won't combine with other things. That's what makes it stain resistant, right? It keeps the thing that wants to combine with your carpet off your carpet, or the water off your jacket, or the whatever, right? The one word in the bill that it bans is ink, right? So in the grocery store, every container has a label. If the ink on that label has PFAS in it, by this definition, has one of those atoms in the chemical that makes up the ink, that item, that can of peas or whatever it is, will be banned, right? So, well, that label on that can, right? You'd have to come up with a label that doesn't. But it seems to me that it's likely that the property of PFAS is important to the printing process, right? That it has the property that it doesn't combine with water, right? So that's the way a lot of printing works, is you put water down on a printing plate, then you dip it in ink, and the ink sticks to the places that don't have the water, and then you print, right? So I'm not sure we know everything that's being banned here, right? And the idea that this ban of hundreds of every label on in every shelf of the grocery store, every piece of cloth on, you know, sold in any store, that somehow we're going to regulate all that with one employee. I mean, this is a feel-good kind of thing. It necessarily has to be selective enforcement. And so therefore, they can decide, well, I'll go after you today. Well, I'll go after you today. I mean, if they went to some craft brewery and said, I suspect that the ink on your beer can contains PFAS. The way the bill is written, the person who sells the beer, who makes the beer can, would have to send a letter back with a sort of, you know, with a big shot signature on it saying, no, it doesn't, right? Otherwise, the beer is banned. Well, who's going to sign such a letter? Do you think the craft brewery knows what's in the ink on their cans? You know, I mean, it's just, this is a big deal, and the amount of money involved is not the $240,000 in the fiscal note. It's going to be big stuff all throughout industry and the state, in my opinion. All right. So I'm going to put more in my floor speech and so on, but I you know, I'm definitely opposed to this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Abel, and then Representative Popovici, then Representative Murray.
I mean, we could talk about this for a really long time. I would argue that because we have a chemical that is a forever chemical, that's used in so many products, that is found throughout our state, in our soil, because the USGS has done studies, in our groundwater, because DES has a dashboard that shows it, is precisely the reason why we have to stop somewhere to stop the proliferation of this chemical. You know, with due respect to Representative McGuire, I have literally spent 5 to 6 months on this, researching the chemistry, researching the products. I didn't bring forth a bill that I thought would be over the top for the state of New Hampshire. I brought forth a bill that has products that are banned in it, that are being banned in quite a few other states, larger states than New Hampshire. So the manufacturers are already in the process, and this is like a case of dominoes. You can keep pushing things along. And, you know, cosmetics, for instance, in California, they have a 100% ban on PFAS in cosmetics. This is intentionally added. The whole thing, you can talk about 15,000 chemicals. You can talk about all the products. The fact of the matter is that when you have these fluorine-chlorine bonds, that's what makes them the forever chemical, and that's what makes them, in many cases, toxic, and that's why they're everywhere. And, you know, I have sat with the toxicologist for the state of New Hampshire. We've gone over chemical equations until he was blue in the face, and I'm not sure what color I was, but we need to start somewhere. And I guess the one other thing I want to say is that I also chose products where the PFAS in the product was not something that was essential to the product. There are no medical devices in here, they're excluded. There's no drugs that are in here that are excluded. You know, so, and then the other analysis I did was for our children, and also the amount of PFAS load that goes into the landfills and into our wastewater stream. So, you know, it is, I'll say it is a big deal. It's really, really important. And we have to stop using this stuff in our products for the future of our state.
Representative Popovici, Muller, then Representative Heath, then Representative Grassi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I deeply appreciate the real issue that, sorry. Yeah, okay. I really appreciate the fact that we absolutely have a situation in Merrimack and across the state that needs addressing. I appreciate the passion and the work invested in this by everybody who is involved in preparing the bill. I still am unable to support it. And I'll be as brief as I can be. Poison is a matter of dose. Anytime we talk poison and we do not talk dose, we are not being scientific, we are not being reasonable, we are not being fact-based. I'm drinking soda. Caffeine is poisonous in the right dosage. Take enough of it, you die. Even more fun, water is poisonous in the wrong dosage. You drink enough of it, you die. So, without talking dose, everything is poisonous, almost everything. Marijuana is somehow an exception. You'd have to eat about 20 times your body weight to suffer from it. So without talking about dosage, anything that bans stuff and does not specify a dose is not going to be scientifically based. Anything that does not address the fact that the huge problems that we are suffering are due to past practices that are not gonna be repeated. I mean, stuff like St. Gobain, stuff like what happened in Windham, where the town unknowingly dumped, you know, firefighting foam into the ground because they did not realize it was toxic. All that stopped happening. I have not seen one shred of evidence to show me that all these things that we're looking to ban here are in any way contributing to our problem. As far as I can tell, our problem has been that industrial amounts of this stuff have been dumped into the water supply because we did not know better. And we stopped doing that. And if somebody knowing today what they know still does it, my God, hit them as hard as you can. But this seems to be amazingly broad. I heard California mentioned in reference to the fact that our laws are not as strict as Cali. I'll end my argument by pointing out that California has a consumer notification law that requires that a warning label is placed on any product that contains a compound known to the state of California to cause cancer. Do you know what that label is on? Everything. Everything. And as a result, nobody pays attention to it because with everything is cancer inducing, clearly nothing is. I believe we need to address this. I think that we need to remediate. There are a lot of things that we can do. To me, this is a bit too broad. And please understand that I say that with the utmost respect for everybody involved. And I understand the reasons why people want to promote this legislation, but I did want to be on the record as to why I cannot support it. Thank you.
Representative Murray, then Representative Grassi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as an aside, I think the people in Merrimack who are dealing with cancer would probably have a different perspective than what I just heard. But I'm hearing two different, perhaps definitions, and I'm hoping Representative Abel can sort that out. She had said that she's using the definition that firefighters used for the PFAS, and then we have this handout. Is this the same thing as what the firefighters used, or are is this thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. The definition that is in this bill is broad, so that it would include all sorts of permutations of the chemical, like if you switch out an oxygen or you switch out a hydrogen or something like that. It's broad so that it includes chemicals with that fluorine bond. So that also, by having a broader definition, it anticipates the development of additional complex chemicals down the line.
Representative Grassi.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think as Representative Abel said, we have to start somewhere. Agriculture in Maine is being destroyed because of biosolids. Municipal biosolids have been spread on fields, and they're finding PFAS in their vegetables and their plants that are, and in their grasses that are feeding their cows. And this is impacted because of sludge that they get from water treatment plants. Municipal water treatment plants, the stuff we use every day that's going down your drain. Waste management is spending millions of dollars to pre-treat their leachate because they're finding PFAS in their leachate because of products that Representative Abel's bill wants to ban are being disposed of in their landfill. We have to start somewhere to reduce that. So maybe at some point in time we can end that going into the leachate. So waste management doesn't have to continue to spend millions year after year to fight this, and it doesn't go into our wastewater and into our water treatment plants and then into the sludge that we have, which when purified is used as biosolids on farmlands. We have to work with our agricultural people. You want to have incidents of where cancer has been found. I mean, you're not just looking at St. Gobain's, but look at the cancer clusters in the seacoast area because of firefighting foam that was used at Pease. They're finding out that this has been a problem. In fact, everywhere, I remember when Pease said, hey, we're going to give you a good thing, all your communities, you're going to get firefighting foam. And we actually sprayed it on Main Street and kids were dancing in the stuff. But, it's something we now find, and they're finding that places where fire departments use this foam in some of their practices, they're finding the groundwater is contaminated because of that. Take a look at one of the largest lawsuits in the country right now is Camp Lejeune because of firefighting foam and PFAS. Now, we banned firefighting foam, but we have to start somewhere with the materials that we're putting in our landfills that are going down our drains, and this is the first step to do that. New Hampshire has to be proactive in this case. What we're looking at is cumulative effects, cumulative impacts that have occurred over the years, and the only way we're going to stop it is to reduce the amount of materials with PFAS that we dispose of. And this is the first place we start.
Further discussion. All right, Representative Edwards and Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I haven't been following along with the details of this bill and have just read it. And the parts of what I've heard here today by fellow committee members that really resonate with me is that we have to start somewhere. Okay, how do I translate that? I translate that to mean let's start with a small step that takes care of the things that we really know to be a problem. The manufacturing in Merrimack, we should certainly ban that. The foam we've already banned, but this list doesn't look like starting somewhere. In the actual bill, the number of products affected are extremely long, and I can't vote for such a large list of items all at once because I don't think we can anticipate sort of the economic and consumer impact of pulling all those items out of the sale channels. and what kind of unknown consequences we might have from government-induced scarcity, for example. So if this were a narrower bill where we solved what we knew we needed to solve and set up a process to let manufacturers know that they have to come to us to demonstrate the efficacy of their product, and we could use the same list, but put the onus on them to come to us and explain the safety issues before some date, 5-7 years from now, so that we don't accidentally kill a golden goose here. I mean, let's solve the problem, but let's not over-engineer the solution. And this feels like over-engineering to me. So at this point, I don't think I could support anything but an interim study.
Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be supporting this bill 120% because I see it as the first step in trying to address PFAS in New Hampshire. Right now, it's currently banned in Canada and in Europe and in several of our states. So this is not a new thing. And I believe that the bill that's been worked out by Representative Ebel is well researched and well thought out, and the list of products is very conservative when you consider the whole spectrum that could have been on this list. And lastly, after being a cancer survivor and knowing that the cancer rates have spiked up in Merrimack and the communities around it because of the contamination, I think it's time for us who are supposed to be looking out for the welfare and safety of our people to do something about this. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to address two things here. First of all, cancer. People may be under the impression that in general, cancer's on the rise, but that's not so. And particularly in New Hampshire, it's not so. So if you go to the CDC's website, they have charts of cancer mortality over the years. And in general, for the country, the rates, the number of cancer deaths per 100,000 have been declining over the last 20 plus years. But in particular for New Hampshire, they have been declining even faster. So New Hampshire was, in 2005, in the second worst quintile of cancer rates for the country. In 2014, I think it is, we were in the middle quintile of cancer rates for the country. And in 2021, we are in the second best quintile of cancer rates for the country. So even though the country's overall cancer rates are declining, New Hampshire's are declining even faster. So that says that to the extent that this is, I mean, these are all cancers, so, lung cancer and other things too. But to the extent that this is a cancer problem, it's not as significant as overall cancers and other cancers and so on. Okay. Second thing I want to talk about is the broadness of the definition. So you'll notice that the list doesn't include things that people actually swallow, right? It's only consumer goods, that sort of thing, labels on cans and things like that. But the food in the can is not on this list, or the medications and so on. So the theory here is that if I throw away the can with the ink that has PFAS in it, that's going to go into my solid waste facility. There'll be leachate. That'll go down into the groundwater. At some point, I'm going to drink the groundwater and so on. Well, all those steps dilute what's on the label, right? They don't concentrate what's on the label. And in particular, there are chemicals that meet this definition, having a fully fluorinated carbon atom, that people take every day, including the #1 prescription drug in America. It's something called Lipitor. People take it to reduce their cholesterol. The chemical formula for Lipitor, also generic, is called atorvastatin, I think, has this atom in it. So had the word medication be on the banned list, that would ban the #1 prescription drug in America. Prozac has it as well, and hundreds of other medications. So the idea that anything with this atom in it is harmful, all these medications that have this as part of their formula have been thoroughly tested for safety, right? If Lipitor caused cancer, it wouldn't have been approved, right? They go through extensive training. So the definition is way too broad. We don't know. I mean, certainly there's useful chemicals that have that would meet that definition that aren't being banned by this bill. But, anyways, so again, I'm against it. Thank you.
Is this going to go on all day?
I hope not.
Representative Hull, then Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having spent time in the industry when I was in college relative to fluorinated substances that ended up in the printing ink, to Mr. McGuire's point earlier, it's all over. It's used all the time in magazines. That industry has used wax and lubricants made with Teflon for a number of years. I do think we should talk about the cookware side of this. It's not in the bill. And I would ask everybody on this committee to think about the last time you used nonstick cookware, because that is the biggest contributor to what's in your body. It's not necessarily what's in the leachate that's going into the ground, that's going into the water supply. Let's look for the biggest sources before we start banning all of these.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to refocus the discussion for a moment. We've heard a lot about the substantive policy this afternoon, and I just wanted to remind the committee that it is our duty to be reviewing the fiscal impact of this bill. As I understand it, we're reviewing a $250,000 annual appropriation, and I believe the reasoning to support that is that a penny today will save us $1 in the future. I do believe that this bill is wise for our state's economic future, and I hope that you will join the bipartisan co-sponsors as well as bicameral co-sponsors of this bill to help protect our state moving forward based on that economic decision. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Ebel, I hope
Yeah,
it's the
just
last
quickly
word.
on the fiscal note, this is a fiscal note thing. It's a one-time expenditure of $250,000 to try to get the program up and going, and one employee. And I have to say that this is a weird way to say it. There's more to life than cancer. We've had a lot of discussion here about cancer. The things that PFAS can also cause is pregnancy-induced hypertension, preeclampsia, liver damage, increased cholesterol. So take more Lipitor. No, increased risk of thyroid disease, all sorts of immunity interrupters. They're finding PFAS in breast milk. They're finding PFAS in newborn infants. It really is everywhere, but just because it's everywhere, that's all the more reason to stop banning as much as we can from the front end. And yes, I made certain choices on the products that I've included here, but I've explained to you why I did. And, there are other states that considered across the board bans. I did not do that. So, and we've also removed some things that were in it through the process in commerce. So, I can't stress more how important it is to stop the use of PFAS as its source, send a message to manufacturers that even though our spaghetti may stain a little bit more, we don't want any more of this stuff in the products we use and that our children are subjected to. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? We have adopted Amendment 1086 for House Bill 1649. It's moved ought to pass by Representative Abel, seconded by Representative Mooney. There's no further discussion. The clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth,
No.
Representative McGuire,
No.
Representative Petrie votes no. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
No.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
No.
Representative Bean,
No.
Representative Hole,
No.
Representative Sweeney,
Yes.
Representative Cambrels,
No.
Representative Popovici Muller,
No.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative
Yes, Heath.
Heath. Oh, you beat me to it. Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
I had that one down before you said it. Representative Tulersky,
Yes.
Representative Haken Phillips,
Yes.
Representative Stringham,
Yes.
Representative Grassi,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 15-9 in favor of the motion.
Okay, 15-9, the motion is adopted, going to the regular calendar. All right, we finished minority
Karen?
report. Okay,
Is Karen writing the main report? Karen? Representative, are you writing the report?
What's the motion? That ought to pass.
yeah, ought to pass as amended. All right, I think we're finished with Division 1. And I know
Okay,
Division 2 has patiently been waiting.
15-9.
Okay. Recognize Representative Emmerich for House Bill 1212.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is relative to, that's the wrong one. Relative to eligibility for free school meals, I asked Representative Popovici Mueller for a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion of ITL on Bill 1212 and speak to my motion.
Okay, you are recognized to speak to your motion. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Emmerich, thank you.
Thank you. Since we've really talked a lot about it in finance too, I will be brief, also recognizing the time of the day already. This bill is advocated for in the name of, helping hungry children get fed. What we have not seen at any point is any evidence that at least one kid in one school has been denied food as a result of their inability to pay for lunch. What the bill really should be about is making sure that school districts that are serving children who cannot pay for lunch, food, and do not get paid for it, at the end of that school year, we should be looking at covering that balance for the school districts that have given food without the expectation that the child, will pay for it. Instead, we are looking at this bill that greatly expands the eligibility of, who's eligible for a free and clear meal, but shouldn't really make a difference in who gets food or not. When I served on the Joint Senate-House Committee that looked at the impact of direct Medicaid certification, we did ask this very question because we were also dealing with hunger in schools, and the Department of Education indicated that at this point in time they do not have data that would show us how much of those balances are left on the shoulders of the local taxpayers to cover for at the end of the year, We did ask them to provide that data. Once that data is available, I would fully support a bill that would deal with the fact that, the state should help the school districts pay for those funds that they cannot collect. But since this bill would spend much, much more and really not have the ability to show any impact in actually addressing child hunger in schools, I would advocate for an ITL motion on it. I would also point out that, this was a bit of a very close call in the House where I believe it failed first and then it was reconsidered, Yes. So it's not like this is a place where the House has specifically spoken with a broad margin on policy. Thank you.
The parts of this bill I recall, the normal free and reduced meals are based at 160% of federal poverty levels and for free, and 185% for reduced. This bill would have increased it to 350% of FPL to bring in more people. That sounds wonderful, but the adjustment is you're going from something that is almost more than 50% federal money to one that would be, all the rest would be 100% state money. And the Department of Education, I think, came in quite a list of people they wanted to hire because this takes in a whole group that has never been covered before, and it would all be covered by state funds rather than a big participation by federal. So I think that's the reason why it failed in Division 2, because it was a big increase in government and there was no thought that there were really that many hungry children. It's just being used a lot. And sometimes it's a choice. The child runs out of the house without taking the lunch or whatever, or spends the money that were given for lunch on candy on the way. So we don't know all these things, but there was some talk of that, and it failed in Division 2. Further discussion. Representative Emmerich.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. To add to that approach, this actually was going to create a new department. Because the systems don't exist to manage state money for this application. The current systems, the electronic systems that exist, are for the federal program. This was an advanced program run by the state, and we don't have anything in place. We don't have staffing, and we don't have a system. So we're basically setting up a new department with a new application.
Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill was authored by our former colleague, Art Ellison. And I'm sure you all noticed your emails that HB 1212 generated quite an amount of emails. Actually, the day that we failed to pass this bill in Division 2, Representative Walner and I went to visit Art, and he got busy on his computer, reaching out to as many people as he could to alert them. You saw people out here this morning who were standing up for children and their food. Excuse me. I just want to say we have 100,000 poor people in New Hampshire. We have hundreds and hundreds of children who come to school every single day. And for the most part, the only meals they get are the meals that they get at school. My years of working in education, we were worried so much about kids over the summer because we knew that they wouldn't have that regular food program. And actually, we worked in Manchester to come up with a summer feeding program for children. What this bill does is it raises the poverty level to 350%. And I believe we've done that for EFAs. The poverty rate, yes, it's beyond what the federal government allows for. And yes, there would be some work at the Department of Ed. They wouldn't have to do a whole different department. They would have to set up different systems. We know that children who are hungry aren't learning to the extent that they should be learning. I'm not going to go on and on. The hour is late, and I know that we all want to get going. But I would like you to think about the importance of this bill and what it brings to the poorest of children in the state of New Hampshire. We're a wealthy state for the most part, but we do have poor children. Our young families, and I look at them in Manchester, of which we have many, more children would be eligible. And those bills that school districts get would be reduced by the fact that more children would be eligible for free and reduced lunch. So I hope that you will consider voting against the ITL motion so that we can make another motion. And thank you to my colleagues.
Further discussion? Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to bring up a note about some of the fiscal impact that we discussed in subcommittee. On page, I guess the last page of the fiscal note, the department provides estimate totals for a range between 50 and 75 million to the state as a result of the possible addition of both breakfast and lunch being served to this additional population of students up to the 350 percentage rate of the federal poverty line. And it was noted in committee that this was a very expansive range. It was actually what they termed to be a conservative estimate. And the department did provide that number, but I will call the committee's attention to the fact that not every child will take advantage of both breakfast and lunch. In some cases, the child may only take advantage of one or none at all. So we have to realize that this number could actually be much lower, and that the department's job was to provide us with the most significant number that could encompass the whole program. But we know that that may not come to fruition. And furthermore, to address the additional employees that would be needed to administrate this program within the Department of Education, it was 3. So we're talking about 3 new desks, 3 new computers, and 3 new employees to the department's conservative estimations. So again, it might not be that many people. So I just like to, tear off the Band-Aid. I think a lot of people are seeing big numbers and afraid of that fact, but I want to let you know that the policy has been decided by this chamber already, and that we're really talking about the administrative costs of the state at this point, which I would argue is not that much in order to feed the children. Thanks.
Further discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1212. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll. On House Bill 1212, the motion is inexpedient to legislate, offered by Representative Popovici, seconded by Representative Emmerich.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrils.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leishman.
No.
Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative
Heath?
Heath, yes. Heath.
No.
I already had it down. Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Tolarski.
No.
Representative Haken Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Grassi.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 13 to 11 in favor of the motion of ITL.
ITL is adopted. Moving on to Division 3. And there will be a minority report.
Okay. And that is Heath.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think we're getting ready to get back into Division 3.
We are.
And I would ask you to consider bringing up 1595 before 1573. We have a couple people who've been waiting here all day to do 1595.
Popovici. All right. Without objection, we'll go to 1595 next. Representative Edwards is recognized.
Right now, I think Mr. Ripple is handing out the amendment on this. It's got my name on it. It's actually the Hutchins amendment. I've been calling that. She's probably heard me say that 5 times, so she probably doesn't think it's cute or funny anymore. But it's nevertheless true. Earlier, when we were doing 1564, I mentioned then that 1595 was tightly related to 1564 because it hits in the same area. If you looked at the 2 fiscal notes, they had exactly the same dollar amount for 105. Oh, I guess I should stop there and make a motion to adopt Amendment 1178.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Hull.
May I speak
You
to
are
the motion?
recognized. Yes.
Okay, so I already spoke a lot about it, but to continue, these 2 bills originated independently. They both impacted the same IT system. They each rolled in with their own fiscal note for exactly the same dollar amount. They were initially in conflict with one another. You couldn't really do them both. You had to pick one or the other, and that was a dilemma. And so we had a citizen, Ms. Rebecca Hutchins, do some really nice work to deconflict 64 and 95 so that they could coexist well together. In part, what she did was she accepted in the amendment the parenting time definition that was in 64 to end that conflict, and then really the only thing that persisted from the original 95 from a policy perspective was a formula that would be used in the cases where co-parenting and allocation of time and or money was being used. The recommendation for a formula has showed up in a couple of reports that the state spent considerable time and money on. You'd hope that they were good recommendations, but the recommendations for a formula were in multiple reports. This does that. You would think, I would think, not working in the judiciary, that having a formula to calculate things like co-parenting time and sharing of resources, that having a formula would make it really simple. It'd make it transparent. Everyone would know what to expect. It would reduce conflict and enhance understanding. The concern is that in some cases, such as domestic violence, the formula may be inappropriate, but nevertheless, the judge retains the authority in our current law to make a different decision based on the best interests of the child. So this is this amendment brings forth is a replace all for 95. It makes it compatible from a definitions perspective. It adds a simple to understand and simple to use formula that can be overridden in particular circumstances by the judge anyways. So I think it's a really nice compromise. It doesn't spend any more money. Because we accepted 1564, this amendment essentially has no dollar cost because the same IT change can be done for both of them. So it's one charge one time, and we allocated that over to 1564. So this is kind of a freebie in a way.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Telersky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I believe either I misheard Representative Edwards or he misspoke. He said this was a complete rewrite or replace all of the bill, and I think that was incorrect. This is not a replace all. So I want to clarify that. Second, on our sheet here that lists how it came out of division, it's listed as the vote as 7-2. In fact, we reconsidered and the final vote on this was 6-3. It's not reflected on our sheet. I want to make sure that we're aware of that. I think I have more to say on the bill once the amendment is dealt with. However, I'll just say that I don't think the amendment actually addressed some of the concerns that the committee had. But I appreciate the effort to try and make both bills compatible. I just don't believe that it was successful in doing that, so I will leave it at that.
So you're absolutely right in both your corrections. Thank you for that. And I failed to mention that this policy passed the House in a larger version, 7-6, or it passed their committee 7-6 and passed the House already. So we've got an approved policy that no longer costs any money.
Thank you. All right, further discussion. All right, we have an amendment before us, 1178. Without objection, those in favor show by raising your hands. Those opposed. I don't see 11. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think you only got 12 the first time.
Was I wrong on the first
I
count?
think so.
All right,
13-11?
1311, the motion passed, the motion's adopted.
Mr. Chair, I believe it was 1410 with Rep. Heath on a yes.
All right, 14-10, either way it passes. All right, motion now before us is House Bill 1595 ought to pass as amended with Amendment 1178. The motion is by Representative Edwards, seconded by Representative Hull. Is there any further discussion on the bill as amended? Representative Tulersky.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. For those of you on Division 3 know that we spent a lot of time on both of the bills, the first one that we passed earlier today and this one. My concern is that both bills, because they addressed similar base issues and because they had the same fiscal note due to the money being spent on system changes to accommodate those changes, that they were thrown in the same basket and were considered two kinds of apples that we could compare. And once we really dug into it, I believed that it was not that easy, that they were easily mergeable or a one-size-fits-all kind of solution. The biggest part Representative Edwards alluded to was concerns about domestic violence and situations of abuse in relation to the parenting time calculator. We heard that some advocates believed that tying parenting time directly to the child support guideline in situations of households with abuse was in and of itself problematic. And I don't believe that the bill as amended successfully addressed that. My alternative, I will be voting no on the ought to pass as amended. My alternative motion is not ITL. I simply believe that a little more time has to be taken to figure out how these two bills can stand together, to figure out how those really difficult situations when children are involved between parents that are not getting along and not coming to agreement, how we can put children first. So I would, it's late, I'll just urge you to please vote no on the ought to pass as amended, so an alternative motion of interim study could be made so that we can make sure that this is the right solution for kids here in the state. Thank you.
Representative Edwards.
Thank you. I think one place I was relatively clear is that these two bills hit the same IT system, and therefore they share a fiscal note. And so I don't believe I implied that from a policy perspective, they were intended to be synergistic or aligned. It's just that we can do both without any additional money, and that the finding that this amendment takes care of, or this bill will take care of on an OTPA, has been identified in multiple reports as the right way to go. And so it isn't that we haven't looked at this issue. We've looked at this issue. We've paid probably a total of $400,000 for multiple reports, and I'm told it's more than 400,000. And so I think we ought to just go ahead and pass this now while we can do the implementation at no extra cost. So I would definitely recommend a yes vote on OTPA.
Further discussion?
If you want to keep your job.
All right, we have adopted House Bill 1595, and amended it with Amendment 1178. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended by House Amendment 1178 on House Bill 1595, motion by Representative Edwards, seconded by Representative Hull. If there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll on that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Arif.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
No.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrels.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leishman.
No.
Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Florsky.
No.
Representative Haken Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Would you believe, Mr. Chairman, that the vote is 13 to 11 in favor of the motion?
Okay, we will put it in the regular calendar, ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1595.
There'll be a minority report.
Minority report from
Who's
Representative Tulerski.
And that's ought to pass?
And what would be your report?
Ought to pass?
Interim study.
Interim study? Thank you. All right. Edwards. We now move to House Bill 1573. Representative Edwards.
Okay, under the category of last but not least, this was House Bill 1573 represented a bill that encouraged Division III to spend the most time talking about it, and probably the most activity generated by it for the community. It came to us from Children and Family Law, talking to the chairman and the sponsor of 1573. They stated categorically that they never considered the finances as they were putting the bill together. And they wanted you smart people in finance to figure that out. Quote, so with that permission, we reopened the policy portion of the bill because it was important, if we were going to do something, that we did it in a way in which we got the initial costs down. The initial fiscal note on this, I don't remember exactly what it is anymore, Mr. Ripple. If you do, it's over $6 million or something. It was a fairly large fiscal note. Do you have it?
I can look it up now. I don't remember off the top of my head.
$7.5 million each.
7.5 million. And so because we cared about the OCA's, the Office of Child Advocates, recommendations that flowed from their investigation at the Bledsoe Academy down in Tennessee. You may have read about it in the newspapers. We had a couple of kids there that, according to the OCA report, were in a fairly abusive environment, and it was bad press, and it looked bad because DHHS had sent employees down there the week before OCA checked it out, and our DHHS employees didn't find anything significantly wrong. But the OCA did. There were subsequent third-party audits of Bledsoe, and they didn't find the same things that the OCA report did. But nevertheless, the OCA report is extremely damning and something that we should take seriously, because the DCYF mandate or placement of kids out of state is a very serious obligation or responsibility on our part. So wanting it to succeed, we asked OCA and DHHS to keep working on an accommodation of each other's interests so that we could streamline the policy components and try to get the costs down. Now, the other thing that happened was, for the first time after we had begun meeting on it, we recognized that the judicial branch had not been involved. They had a fiscal note in there of 2 judges and 9 clerks in order to support 1573, which was a huge growth in workforce and cost. So we thought the judicial branch ought to get in there and help us figure it out also. That resulted in an amendment that dropped the costs down significantly, but it left us with a piece of law that would have been highly prescriptive in a way in which it's probably inappropriate for statutory design. It just got into too much detail. It also set up some significant requirements in terms of the number of visits and exactly how the visits would take place. And they didn't want to consider video conferencing to be a legitimate way to check on a kid. And so we still ended up with a pretty expensive amendment. And I don't remember how much that amendment was. Representative Erf, do you? It was.
We didn't have numbers.
We didn't have numbers. I think it was still in the $5 to $6 million range. It was still pretty intense because it would have required 15 DHHS employees alone to handle this. So what this amendment does is it basically concurs with 1573's purpose and findings, and it does add a critical policy component that it just seems to be smart. On page 2, starting at line 9, that said, "It shall be the policy of DHHS that any placement of a child outside of New England shall require the approval of the Division for Children, Youth, and Families directors prior to that placement, with specific findings of the need for that placement." So that part of what was in the statute as proposed was really good, and we kept it. Other vast amounts of the other parts of the proposed bill have already been implemented by DHHS. DHHS has taken the findings very seriously. They've put it into policy. They're consuming resources to execute a more intensive certification process and visitation process. So they're already doing the work. And so the question for the legislature is, to what extent do we trust the commissioner to do her job, having had an opportunity to see the problems, and she has implemented new policies to meet this. And because they're burning resources in excess of their original budget, the appropriations from line 12 down to 17 gave them $1 million to use pretty much at the commissioner's discretion. And I've since talked to her, and she appreciates the approach. She's committed. She committed to me that this is a serious issue. The department's working on it. It's got everyone's focus, and they need the additional resources. So that $1 million is a good thing. It's a complete WAG. You know what WAG is? Wild ass guess, based on the number of additional visits and all. She said it would not exceed $1 million, but we can work that out in more detail with the Senate. I've since also talked to the Senate Chair of Finance, and when I told him it was $1 million, he said, "We don't have $1 million. That's fiscally irresponsible to ask for $1 million at this point in the process." And I pointed out that the alternative was multiples of millions, 5 or 6 million, and that $1 million was pretty fiscally responsible. So I've begun advocating for this position, and I don't think we're done. I think this continues the process. So I never made a motion for us to adopt 1309, Mr. Chair, but I would need a second if that's a good motion. Okay.
Motion by Representative Edwards, second by Representative Erf, to adopt Amendment 1309.
And so this is more of a replace all than the other one. So, and I'm done discussing this.
Representative Wallner.
Thank you. So this was a bill that came to us from the Children and Family Law Committee, and they voted it out 15-0, and it was a voice vote on the floor of the House. And this is a response to a really concerning issue that happened when the child advocate went to Tennessee to visit 2 boys that were in New Hampshire state custody and had been placed in Tennessee in a facility. She wrote a report, which any of you can read, and I think if you read it, you too will probably be concerned. I think one of the most serious things we do as a state is when we take custody of people's children for whatever reason it is. And when we place them in facilities, I think the state has a real responsibility to be sure that those places are safe and the children are receiving the treatment that the state is paying those facilities for. That is not what the child advocate found when she went to Tennessee. There are probably other facilities that also are not meeting the obligations to children that they have placed with them by the state. What the bill does is prescribe, as Representative Edwards said, it does prescribe a roadmap for the department on the things that would be expected. And I don't think there's anything, the child advocate and the department actually worked very hard for the last several months on coming up with a position that they could both feel maybe not 100%, but they got pretty close. They're probably at about 97% in agreement on an amendment that was brought to us last Friday. Doing things such as requiring that there be 2 visits a year, 2 visits to places on a regular, 2 visits, on a regular basis, but one of them being unannounced so that the facility would not know that, that someone was coming. And that's probably when you really learn a lot. Each child would receive a visit every month by their caseworker. the bill that they came up with on Friday, the amendment that the department came up with on Friday with the child advocate, actually has in it the appropriations lined out as to what the finances would be spent on. And the bill, as it came to us on Friday, the amendment is about $1.9 million. And you can read for your, I've got copies of this amendment also. You can read here exactly how the money would be spent. And in the amendment before you right now, you're just giving the department $1 million. You are not prescribing at all what they will do with it. Yes, I know the department, of course, wants to do a good job attending to this, but I think it's the legislature's responsibility to be sure we do some direction of how we want to see the funds expended. And in the amendment before you right now, there's not even a report at the end, you know, in a year or so, there's not even a report back to the legislature as to what has happened over the time that they've had the new requirements. I hope that the Finance Committee will really think seriously about whether the way we operate here is just to give departments blank checks, basically, and say, here, hope you can get the job done. I think the legislature has a responsibility for prescribing how we want to see these funds used. And certainly the department and the child advocate have worked long and hard to come up with a proposal that they can both work from. Last week, the director of the Division of Children and Families came before us. His name is Jeff Fletcher, and he's pretty new. And he came before us and he told us, the division, how much the department really feels, he feels they need this legislation. And following his guidance, I think that the approach that this amendment that's before us right now takes is not what he needs for his department. If the amendment goes down, I do have an amendment that addresses the agreement between the child advocate and the department that they came to last week. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Telersky.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add a couple quick points that maybe Representative Wallner didn't touch on. We started with two groups really far apart. And it was clear that they both had an idea of where they needed to go. And as the work happened, I applaud the people who were on that subcommittee who worked on that. They got closer and closer. Neither one really got what they wanted, but in the end, they were 97% there. Both the Office of Child Advocate and the department sat there, and they both said, we need guidelines. We're doing it, but we want to have it itemized and guardrails put down so that everyone's clear on what we're doing. This amendment right here, with a blank check and no guardrails, this is fiscally irresponsible to just say, I hope you can get it done. You say you're doing it, when they're asking for us to give them those guidelines. So again, I hope you can support the argument that we have here for the other amendment that actually sets up the structure that the departments are asking us for. And please vote no on this amendment so another one can be introduced.
Representative Edwards.
As I said, I spoke with the commissioner about this, and I've spoken with her many times before. We have a very good collegial relationship, and we both applauded the work of Ms. Morris in working out a tremendous amount of detail. But I think ultimately the commissioner is perfectly fine with my amendment. She doesn't need a lot of guidelines because they've already implemented the guidelines that have been drafted into policies. They are already doing the work based on their own set of policies. And when we had the new DCYF guy come in, the director come in, he's from New Jersey, and apparently he wrote a very similar piece of legislation to this for New Jersey, and I think that was a source of much of the initial set of guidelines. It came in heavy. I mean, even after all the great work that the representative just cited, we still had 15 brand new FTEs, you know, and when you asked the director what he thought about it, he said, this is a cool bill. And he said, and oh, by the way, I'm coming back because we need to build more capacity in state so that we don't send people out. So frankly, we went about a process that was backwards. Instead of building the inspection outplacement end of this, we should have been focusing on what's it going to take to build the in-state capacity to reduce the demand. This is sort of poor systems design, what this bill represents. And I'm convinced that with the Senate working on a companion bill, that this is not the last that the House has seen of it. This is our going back to being able to get back to the Senate to continue working on this, because this bill was not cooked when it came out of Children and Family Law. They didn't even consider the financial impact. They said that, right? I mean, and they said, you guys, you smart people have to figure that out. So this is an attempt to avoid building an empire that should be aged out rapidly, because we're instead focusing on building capacity in New Hampshire. And you can only spend $1 once. You can't keep spending the same dollar over and over. If we had unlimited resources, this would be among the limited wants I would support, but we don't have unlimited resources. Thank you.
Further discussion on adoption of Amendment 1309. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems to me that giving the department flexibility would have a better outcome, because they can then use their own judgment as to which facilities maybe they're new and therefore need a little extra attention, which facilities have been run by the same competent people for a very long time, maybe they need a little less, things like that. But if we micromanage exactly how they run their department, the costs are inevitably going to be higher. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I refer back to the testimony and the statements made by my fellow representatives who are citing that both the department and the child advocacy were wanting more guidance and structure to this problem. And since this problem is so serious and we are dealing with the custody of children that are our responsibilities, we have to make sure that the structure is in place, and the alternative that Representative Waldner was going to propose and is proposing should be considered before we should move on this bill. And so therefore, I recommend that we oppose this amendment and consider another amendment which clearly addresses the concerns of both the department and the child advocacy. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none. Without objection, can we vote on this amendment by hands? All in favor of Amendment 1309, raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 13 to 11. The amendment is adopted. Representative Erf moves ought to pass as amended,
Second.
and a second by Representative Edwards on ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1573, amended by Amendment 1309. Further discussion? Seeing none. You ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative McGuire.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Could I just have a clarification on the vote? You said ought to pass. This is ought to pass with amendment. Is that true?
Didn't I say that?
Yeah, you said amendment.
I
Okay.
said ought to pass as amended by 1309.
Then my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Hole.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Cambrils.
Yes.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Leishman.
No.
Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Ebel.
No.
Representative Tolarski.
No.
Representative Haken Phillips.
No.
Representative Stringham.
No.
Representative Grassi.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 13 to 11 in favor of the motion.
Okay, we have adopted House Bill 1573 as amended by 1309. Is there anything else to come before us? As you know, I think by my count, I have looking for 10 majority reports, 4 minority reports before we leave today. I hope you have them all ready. Tomorrow, we're coming back again for Division 2 at 10 o'clock and Division 1 at 1 o'clock for work sessions on the two bills. Both at 10 o'clock? All right, 10 o'clock for the two bills that we heard at 10 and 11. Anything further? Thank you all for your patience. Thank you all for your hard work. I'm proud to be on this committee with all the good information that comes forward and all the good work that we do. We are adjourned.